Hello. I realized I just realized as soon as I started the stream, I realized like, oh, it's Friday. It's freaking K Faraday Friday. I don't have a spinning image. I need to find a spinning image of K. I know there's one of Francisca. Oh, it's also honorary Francisca Friday as well. Oh, what's this? It's Arson Friday, everyone! No, it's not, Ghosty! It's not Arson Friday! Do your fair share and light something on fire! No! No! I do not condone this, even though my name is Fire. I do not condone it. No, no. I forgot I had Trip's freaking food in the corner. It's been like 2 days, you know. People are not. No, 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 no. You are causing. You are causing chaos, Ghosty. We are not doing arson. We are doing a flashback today. Okay. Oh, Turnabout Reminiscence. That's the case. Cool. I don't even know what this is gonna be about. Except all I know that there's something about like a cinnamon roll or something. That's all I know. Oh goodness. Episode 4, Turnabout Reminiscence. Kay Faraday, the young lady who calls herself the second Yatagarasu. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. We're not lighting the cinnamon rolls on fire, Ghosty. Oh, what's this? Oh no, what's going on? Yeah, that's right. I did it. I killed the guy. But it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it. I asked the defendant, what exactly are you trying to say? Don't you get it? I know the true identity of the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is the man sitting over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy. I can't speak. Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is the Yatagarasu? That's exactly... Mr. Rell, I think you've heard just about enough out of you. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You gotta believe me. What? Then we let you on the cinnamon. No. In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. Okay. Holy frick, it's Bratworth. No. We're not lighting the cinnamon rolls on fire, and then then we light you on cinnamon rolls. No! It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. So it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Edgeworth. Ah, frick off. No. Frickin' Von Karma. He's back. Sir. Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know. Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage of my career, I am honored and proud. As I have watched over your studies, I'm giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. That such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. Look at me go! This kid has a blue badger shirt! Am I just gonna see the blue badger in every instance? I swear. What's over here? A bulletin board. There are trial schedules posted on it. Trial scheduled for this week. Huh. There's only today's trial listed. This must be a mistake, or this country's judicial system is not working as it should. Speen. Yes, Speens. Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute, because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous in his claim that the case prosecutor, Byrne Faraday, gave the order. Ha! Faraday's such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Byrne Faraday? He's a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense? He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court? That is nonsense, for no man is above the law. Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there's no reason to even deal with such individuals. Prosecutor is a guardian of the court. One with no obligation to outside matters. I'm gonna have a stroke. Thus, there's no reason to deal with such individuals, I see. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has disgracing yourself as Faraday will not be translation's whack, I think. I don't know. Have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor Brian Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. Secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma. Sorry about that. Okay, so wait, what do I have as like Okay, I have prosecute. For my profession, my mentor said it was more chic to keep in my pocket. Oh. Why? Okay, what is... Each prosecutor's badge is engraved with the number of its owner on the back. Numbers, as if we're not human on the inside like everyone else. Okay. This badge design is said to reflect the relentlessness and discipline of law enforcement. It comes from the authority vested in us as strict prosecutors of the law, and executors of sentences, much like harsh winter frost and blazing summer days. To wear is to identify oneself as a prosecutor. And my mentor has taught me that it's more fashionable to keep it in my pocket. I wonder why. It's more fashionable? Just hide the dang thing. Oh jeez, that stern face. Age 60. My mentor who has never known defeat in 35 years. A legendary prosecutor. Byrne Faraday. Prosecutor in an embassy staff killing case. Accused by Rel of being the Yatagarasu. Age 40. So have you achieved a firm understanding of the case? Nope. Yes, sir. I have memorized everything that is written down in the case files, which I do not have. Well then, explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you're talking about. Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Kodopian embassy. The victim, Dr. Dead Man. What a great name. The victim, Mr. Dead Man, was a staff member at the embassy. The defendant in this case, Mr. Mackerel, was held for questioning in the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu has successfully infiltrated the Kodopian embassy as well. At first, Rel claimed that he himself was Yatagarasu, but that he did not kill Dead Man. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. It's possible he wants to go down while on the spotlight if he's found guilty. There truly is no limit to people in inanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly showed Mr. Rail as the murderer. The act of Mr. Rail firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitor's gallery. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. It did because I was told to. By the real Yatagarasu, Byrne Faraday. That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to simply be the murder of a Kodopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident. The second KG-8 incident. I'm very sorry, sir. If you have failed to study hard enough. Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Could you please enlighten me, sir? Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, you must learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. You have heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? My phone just went off. Oh, it's this fricker. Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling. Correct. CCU was an employee of the Amano Group and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. Wasn't a Copian embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Yes, a Codopian, I need to, like, see how you pronounce that, because I'm stupid. Because I don't know why my brain's, like... What the... I just want the English, man. Codopian. Okay, Codopian. Yes, a Codopian by the name of Manny Coachman. Oh, what the fudge. A Codopian by the name of Manny Coachman was the suspect. However, due to lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Well, frick. Okay. Lack of evidence? Ha! If only I was in charge of the case. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. To make sure that all criminals are found guilty, my mentor really is dedicated. Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 incident as well. That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you were currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggler organization. Just like that, like the last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG-8 incident. So that's why it's being called the second KG-8 incident. Yes. Yet there's one difference between the two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone to an uproar. The great thief Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu? I'd better find out more. If it is true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Codopian embassy, what could he or she have been after? No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly, or more likely to steal secrets from the Codopian embassy itself, since the item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police. What was it that the Yatagarasu sent to the police? I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu is getting top-secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. I returned the stolen item to the police. It was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? That would have to be the first time the Yatagarasu has left evidence behind, correct? Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday. Mr. Faraday? He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well. He's the prosecutor in charge of both the KG-8 incident and the Yatagarasu case. Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. Oh! Small child! What is it, little girl? You're scary, mister. Oh. Did you need something? I want to trade these coins with you. A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. But it looks like you've exactly $1. Is this what you want? Thanks! That's exactly what I needed! Oh, there she goes. Could that child be here to watch the trial? How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? Nope. Oh! Paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is complete. Why, do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes? I'm so sorry. I can have you mopping up this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant. It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. A proud one you are. Oh my god, they're doing the same freaking... Frick this. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth. Are you both? Did you really just cross your... Oh my goodness. Just what's going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet either? Bailiff, where's Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. Oh, there's the judge. Ah, you must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. Sir, it looks like the trial is about to resume, however. Yes, it will be all but impossible to prove the witness is a liar without the evidence from Faraday. What was that blasted buffoon up to? It's an emergency, sirs! Oh! Silence! There shall be no yelling in this sacred hall of law! Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once! Please. Wait, you have to listen to me. There's an emergency. Defendant lobby number 2. Mr. Faraday and the defendant. The two of them, they're both dead, Your Honor. What? What? Frick. Holy frick, it's the Swiss rolls. Wait a minute, I see the Swiss rolls. Young Judges for Justice, wait! Who the frick are you? Stay back. Who are you? No one's allowed in the crime scene, period. Just who does this oddball think he is? This is becoming quite the hotspot. Isn't she Mr. Rail's defense attorney? Hey you, no running in the hallway, pal! And who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. Nah, it's time for me to go, like, get the freak out of here. First I need to get a handle on the situation. Perhaps I should talk to some people. The fire extinguisher. I want to be hit in the head with this. Suppose the victim would lose a memory or two. But it's not as though I'd ever be so foolish as to be struck by one of these. Maybe, yeah, maybe not you. Poster of the judge. There's a longer slogan of sort of on it in tiny letters at the bottom. Every strike of my gavel brings the truth closer to me, and my hair further away. Is this a promotional poster for the court or a hair growth product? Defendant lobby number 1. Hold on, I need to like check on something. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, okay. I'm like... Oh, like... They have like the reflection on like the ground right here. It's really clean. Defendant lobby number 1 is through here. The incident took place in lobby number 2 next door. I shouldn't allow myself to be sidetracked like this. Better get a move on. No. Let me look at the drinks. The drink vending machine. Oh. Now is not the time to be pondering what kind of drink I want. Interesting. They're selling special court-themed food products here. Many of them seem sort of troublesome and suspicious. Objection, I suppose. Wait, what? Courthouse specials, beef jerky, ham sandwich. Okay. And you are? Who, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs. Point taken. My name is Miles Bratworth. I'm a district prosecutor. Prosecutor? Never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal. I've told you my name. Now would you mind telling me yours? Detective Dick Gumshoe. Just recently I achieved my dream of becoming a detective. More than a dream, it's what I was born to do. Wait, maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first. This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. So Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident? You know why I don't? You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right? I know that. It would behove you, to fill me in on what you know. You're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge. So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to the defendant lobby number 2. So you were on guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty? Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot, then I kind of froze. You're a detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much. And again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range. When Detective Bad came run to the scene, we went to lobby number 2 and together both men were lying there dead. Is that everything? Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Interesting. Other than the gunshot, he didn't hear a single sound of commotion. Okay. Oh wait. Wait, I want to present my badge to him. You mentioned that you only recently become a detective, did you not? You got it. My brand spanking new detective. So that means you've probably never seen a real prosecutor's badge, right? If you so desire to see one, it might just be able to make your day. You don't have to go through the trouble, pal, because a real man has a police badge. Someday I'm gonna become an ace detective, just like Detective Bad. Did I say something wrong, pal? Forget it, detective. Oh, he was so proud to show it. That's probably why he doesn't show his badge. This is Callisto, you're Miss Yu, right? Do you have a minute? You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know, especially at a time like this. I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? I'll have you know, madam, that I study under Manfred von Karma. Do not take me for some naive novice. Oh. Don't take me for some naive novice. Oh, she's laughing up a storm. So you're a student of Von Karma. I should have. Those clothes are a dead giveaway. Stop right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Ah, thanks for the great laugh. But try not to make me laugh so much, okay? I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort. Just kidding. I was just goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name's Callisto Yu. And if you're telling the truth, then we're about to go head-to-head in court. But of course, I've heard much about you, Miss Yu. But of course, I have heard much about you. You're a real Shakespeare. Did I say something funny? I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? What's so funny? It's just that the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court, till only a little while ago, was just murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom and pretend as though nothing happened. That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. It's fine. Don't worry about it. What if I present my badge to you? It is a shame that we will not be able to face each other. It was to be my first trial, too. Oh, was that a declaration of war? How nice it is to be young and carefree. And what a nice squeaky clean badge you got yourself there. I'm jealous. I'm sure it's clean will dull over time with experience. Are you saying your reputation will also tarnish over time with it? That's not what I meant. Well, you just can't avoid some things in life. I'll never allow my badge or my reputation to become tarnished. Okay, that's alright. Alright, let's... Wait. Oh my goodness, this man's tall! Jeez! Wait, how tall is he, like, with... Why... Oh my goodness, he towers over, like, Gumshoe. Excuse me, but who are you? Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide. I was informed of the situation and came quickly as possible. So how did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested that you be here. I want to show my badge first. Does showing that off make you feel like a big, strong prosecutor? Of course not. I've simply proven my title of prosecutor to you. You see, most prosecutors don't go around flaunting those things. It's like a detective walking around outside with his badge flashing in the sunlight. Show that off too much and before you know it, you'll be elbow deep in angry criminals. That would definitely be a problem. Okay, cool. Ah, frick, wait, I should have showed it to, Manfred. Like, probably get some statement, like, don't go flaunting that thing everywhere, man. Like, I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Kid? I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist that you update me on the situation. Can't back down here. I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me? Oh. Is he going for his gun? It's just a mirror. How dare he trick me like that? Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, Mr. Mackerel, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand. Was there anyone else who went into defendant lobby number 2? Yeah, that big logo over there. His name's Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Such impudence. This guy's really testing my patience. I'm losing the voice. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides aren't my only gig. The Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments. So you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics, in order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yatagarasu or not. Well, well, looks like you just might have a brain after all in that head of yours, son. Son? I'm not your son, Pops! I'm not your son, Pops. Miss Yu, there's someone here who wishes to see you. Who is it? Kodopian embassy staff member by the name of Manny Cochin. What? What's going on? Detective Bad and Miss Yu's moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second. Wasn't Manny Cochin? I'll be right there. Wait. It's nice to see you again, Miss Yu. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again. No. Actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine, let's go. Oh, there's Manfred. Bad. Von Karma. It's been a long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu is involved, and I see this case is no exception. Do you know Detective Bad, sir? Yes, he's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scent of a crime. If only he would get a promotion and move on. It's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective. It's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad. The man that I just passed by. Was he not the suspect from the KG8 incident? So I was right. Just what is that man doing wandering around here? That Faraday. I can't believe he let such a... I can't speak. That Faraday. I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile! I would have proven his guilt in 3 minutes. Von Karma, I think you've said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed. Very well. Back on topic. I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here. Oh! Holy frick! Tiny Von Karma! Tiny Franziska! Oh my goodness. Papa, how can you place him in charge? Franziska, what are you doing here? I'm here for summer vacation. What else? Franziska von Karma. So she's here on vacation from Germany. She's the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his who's also junior to me. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it. You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? Huh. If you're able to pass, then I have absolutely no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you. Never! Why does she always have to be this competitive? Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I'm 100% confident I could do a better job than him. That's just like Franziska. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them. Bad? Yeah. These two will be conducting the investigation. What? You want me to let both of these kids loose on the crime scene? This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. A crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around in. I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene, Bad. And I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth, Franziska, I leave this case to the two of you. Understood, sir. Yes, Papa. I'll go take care of the paperwork for now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me. Hold up, Von Karma. I still haven't agreed to this. Miles Edgeworth. It's been quite some time, Franziska. This will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. Would it kill you to at least say hello? Long time no see. Very, very good. Just because you become a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud. She hasn't changed a bit. Miles Edgeworth, as I was saying, we shall see which one of us is worthy of the Von Karma name. For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter. Like, god dang it. It looks... nah. Looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. That's just like him. He never fails. Now, I'd appreciate if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad. You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be a most arduous task. Oh my god, you thesaurus freaking... Oh. Wait. It's the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously. Miles Edgeworth, you should listen to someone until they're finished talking. What are you talking about? I'll only say it one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. A competition? The person that figures out the truth first wins. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name. Exactly. I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things from your foolishly foolish mouth. Fine. Whatever makes you happy. Can I take that as you accepting my challenge? Once again, whatever makes you happy. Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional I am. Competing to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish. Oh, there's Bad again. You kids, over... Kid? Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid. I said kids, kid. How dare you call me a kid as well? I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy, you're going to watch over these two. Yes, sir, Detective Bad, sir. I do what I say from now on, kids, okay? You better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do. Then you, prosecutor boy. Oh my god. Let's get your investigation started already, alright? Great. Now even that detective is treating me like a child. Alright, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy. My name is Miles Edgeworth. And if you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it would be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. What? And what would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? That's up to you now, isn't it? Really? Sounds good, pal. He's so naive. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you? What is it? It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons. Yeah, it does. That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons? The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. There's a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Cotopian embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rell was being held by the police. There was no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well. Could it have been a piece of evidence that has yet to be presented? But then, why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if... It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of a prosecutorial evidence. He could have been brought out and attacked Mr. Rell with it. Huh, maybe you've got a brain in there after all, kid. Is he going to treat me like a child forever? It looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rell first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this. Not yet. That's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. We must first find conclusive evidence as to protect the honor of the Von Karma name. Oh, we have him. Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. have acquired food. Got some pizza. Even though that is probably not the time. Like, there's like two dead bodies here. I'm like, yes, pizza. Oh wait, I need to get rid of the BRB thing. Pizza time. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hold on, I need like picture of like. Gumshoe. I can't. I love like all the shadows like they did. So it looks 3D, but it's like no, it's all 2D. Okay. What the heck did I just click? The window's open and there's a fresh flowery scent in the air. The flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly. Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change? At least there's no way someone escaped through this window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the 3rd floor. Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows? Yeah, I guess there's that too. I've been waiting, no one could get through these windows, right? They thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. Whoa! What is it, Detective Gumshoe? My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal. And perhaps you should purchase a more normal size television like this one. Well, let me see here. Wow, this thing's huge. Oh, way too noisy. You're the noisy one, Scruffy. Don't touch it. Get your fingerprints all over it. But I didn't touch it. Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. Foundation, huh? Sounds like something Rookie here needs to shore up on. TV's been left on. Why are you looking at me like that? It wasn't me, I didn't touch anything. Gumshoe, you do know what will happen to you if you touch something again, right? I won't touch anything. I won't even go anywhere near the TV, sir. And you, get back to your investigation, alright? I was planning to do so anyway. Wait, let me look at... Oh my goodness, we have so much. Dead man, age 53. When did I get this? A girl with a balloon during the recess. She asked me to change some coins for her. The judge and embassy staff killing case. Gumshoe 26. Callisto U 22. Eagle-eyed homicide detective was called in to be an expert witness on the Yatagarasu case. 53. Cadopian embassy staff member. He was the suspect in the KG8 incident. And Franziska von Karma, age 13. Mentor's daughter, studying to be a prosecutor in Germany, back on break. My goodness. There are some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a tea set too, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance. Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle. Oh my god, my alarm. After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know? Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor are throwing us off. There's some stuff in the bag, pal. Suppose this was Mr. Faraday's bag. It's probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from him. This is the evidence. I better not touch it. I'll leave prints on it. Do you just not pay attention to anything, do you? There's some of the evidence. There's plastic bags. Plant. This decorative plant foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around it. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. That's probably the most random thought. Okay. I see. Did you figure something out? This is a competition, Miles, and as such, I'd appreciate if you didn't talk to me. As you wish. It looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rell. At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other. However, using logic, the only logical conclusion is... Oh. What was the outburst for? My detective's instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rell that fell first, see? Don't need a detective's instinct for that. It's common sense. I suppose we won't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. Wait. Wasn't it... Wasn't it said that, like, he stabbed him, but he shot him, though. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? These bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, detective. Sure good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Normally I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Anyway, we could see these plastic bags... Could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? Got that checked. Mr. Faraday. How ironic it is for him to lose his life in a courthouse. Yeah, why'd it have to be like this? Don't know what to say. Can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal. Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes? Yeah. Then get back to work. Find out the cause of this murder. Right, I'm on it, pal. First he killed a Kodopian embassy staff member, then he was murdered himself. This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know. What makes you say that? Well, he's been hauled into the precinct several times for theft and assault, pal. So yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder or two. Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Dead Man. Hey, good point, pal. I knew my detective's intuition was telling me something. Detective's intuition? Yep, do you know about it? It's a special feeling that I'll detect. We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation. Knife. Looks like Mr. Red died with a knife in his hands. There's some blood stuck on it. He must have used this weapon. Yep, no doubt about it. I thought that was Edgeworth, whatever. Was Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should jot some notes down about it. Looks like Mr. Faraday died when holding the gun in his right hand. So he shot Mr. Rell and then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun. Guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun? It's not exactly rocket science. Even I know how to pull a trigger. Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one. Hope I never had to fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands. It appears that the police screening procedures needs a thorough review. You might should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. Anything else? There's a weird smudge. Oh wait, yeah, wait. His hand is all black down here, see? I wonder what it could be. If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain. An ink stain? Yes, I usually get ink on my own hands when I use my feather pen. A feather pen? I've never seen one before. Sure you aren't just making it up, pal? Mr. Rail's cause of death was from being shot, correct? That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down. Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth. Are you sure they were trying to hide something? Can't confirm Mr. Rail's cause of death with his body positioned like that. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory with them the way they are. I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it. Labby? Yes, sir. We've taken enough photos for the scene, sir. And there you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective. Do not touch it, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will you? Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir. Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Okay, so he was stabbed. There's something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen. Hey, you know I always keep a pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Bad is always telling me you should always write your name on everything you own. Yes, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual. There's a knife wound in his chest here, see? I wonder if it's the wound that matches the knife Mr. Rail is holding. Labby? Yes, sir. Verifying now, sir. Make it quick. From the looks of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Rail is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Mr. Faraday is holding a gun in his right hand. That's when Mr. Rail got blown away by, right? Labby, your answer? Yes, sir. I found that the ballistic markings do match that gun. Ballistic markings are the figurative fingerprints a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on bullets, you can tell which gun it came from. Yeah, that's it. Of course I already knew all about that, pal. Maybe you'd be better off going back to the academy. Come on, sir, cut me some slack, will ya? So the bullet that was fired from this gun is what felled Mr. Rell. Okay. Shot in the chest. Takes some guts to fire a gun in the courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet. There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean... Wait, burn marks. Round grows very hot as it's discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rell must have been shot from at least a yard or two away. You sure do know a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal. Apparently, this detective has as much as common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Let us now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rell and fired. However, Mr. Rell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then the two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory in any case. What a crazy way to go. Still, something about the explanation just doesn't seem right. I believe I now have a firmer grasp of what's happened here. Do you? 'Cause I don't. Okay, hold on. Okay, so approximately 4 p.m. discovered immediately after gunshot was heard. Walks about bodies. Faraday died to knife stab to chest. Rell died to bullet wound to the chest. There's no gunpowder around his clothes, suggesting he was shot from a few yards away. And there's what it looks like. I really want to inspect these at closer look. But I guess like until like we can get them out of their hands, they're just kind of there. Oh wait, wait. Oh, I can't, press T on anything. Looks like Mr. Faraday was stabbed with his knife that Mr. Rell is holding. Oh, what's wrong, detective? My stomach started to hurt from just thinking about being stabbed. Just keep your mind on the case, alright? Well, that was just useless info. Okay, nothing here. Why are their plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, detective. Sure good. I already read this. Oh, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? Why did I have to check that again? Looks like the sofa is ready to be disposed of. Looks so soft. I could sleep for all 25 hours of the day on this thing. One I could dispose of. No, Edgeworth. I feel like I could dispose of him. No. Ah, man. What's up with this TV? Alright. What's up? Detective Bad, do you have any thoughts on the case? Faraday and Rell. Looks like they killed each other, to me. Although, there are a few things that just don't seem right. And what would they be? Why don't you try thinking on your own? First, before you bother me, boy. I've been downgraded to just boy. Great. Oh wait, I forgot. I have to like put like my freaking brains together. I forgot. I had to do this. Let's watch Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen. Oh, let's ask the lab guy. Detective Gumshoe, confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen. See, good work. You know, I've always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life. Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand. I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed. Appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is important to our case as well. Okay, if you say so, pal. Oh, but he has the gun in his right hand. I forgot I had to make coherent, like, thoughts in this game. I always have to be looking at the teeny tiny, like these two. There's a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table, and yet a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during the struggle, in which case might there not be another explanation as to how they got there. Another reason. I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of this bag is related somehow. Just get that blood away from me, pal! Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag? Hold on, let me ask the lab guy. Alright, please hurry. Wait till you get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, and the technician says they didn't find anything else on it or in the bag either. It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence. Okay, if you say so, I'll leave it in your hands, pal. Guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other. No, we can't conclude that quite yet. There's still something I find very peculiar here. The theory that they simply killed one another is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there's actually a contradiction that shows there's another possibility. No way, pal. Really? Suppose that I will just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene. One rest till I inspect every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Oh, now I can deduce. Okay, hold on. Let me eat my pizza. I think I have to deduce that well, I have a save, so I can just go back. I'm going to his hand. And Eureka! I'm smirked. Now we come to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it's this. Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed, and yet the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene. Hey, you're right, pal. That does seem kind of strange. But how could something like that happen? The facts add up to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died. Someone else? Plastic bag scare on the floor and the gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person of vile intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us. Here's the autopsy report. It is probable that Mr. Rell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from stabbing. Interesting. Okay. It looks like now we know everything we need to know about this case. Are you sure we know everything? Of course! The incident began when Mr. Faraday attempted to get his revenge. prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There's absolutely no margin for doubt. Do you really believe that to be the truth? Ha! Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true? It's alright. If you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. Alright. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rail survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rail. And Mr. Rail, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory. Okay. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rail survived for a short time. Wait.
Hold it!
So you believe that the dying Mr. Rail stole the knife from Mr. Faraday? Mr. Rail became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So the two men struggled, and in the end, Mr. Rail was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room was a testament to the struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. Can you really say that it's perfect? What are you insinuating? Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide by without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise. So if you could append that statement to your testimony. Fine. They struggled and Mr. Rail used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday. But that goes against... But there is no struggle, though.
Objection!
If the two men were fighting and their struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing. You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. But for the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Rail get his hands on the knife? Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right there in lobby 2. It's not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rail saw a chance and took it out at some point. So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rail took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rail after being stabbed. Isn't there something strange in Francisca's statement just now? Wait. Mr. Rel took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag, and then Miss Faraday shot Mr. Rel after beat. No, yeah. Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed, because the autopsy... Wait. Where is my freaking autopsy report? Oh, wait. Oh, wait, yeah, because, Mr. Rel's body is below. Dive a bullet wound to the chest, no gunpowder.
Take that!
I forgot, like, oh wait, we didn't have an autopsy report. According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not have possibly fired the gun after that. Oh, you got me. But of course, well then, if the report is correct, then there's only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rel attacked first, Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rel. Therefore, Mr. Rel must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That's the only explanation that makes logical sense. You're getting your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Francisca. I just wanted to explain it to you as simply as possible, before you foolishly proposed a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could. How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Francisca, you've still got ways to go. What are you talking about? Are you saying that there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantly, and the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in the scene. Oh, wait, yeah, because if he died instantly, he should be below. The contradiction here in this crime scene is, the order the bodies fell. Yeah. Let me get this straight. What you are arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rel. Then the wounded Mr. Rel found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot. Mr. Rel died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which their bodies are piled. No! Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rel's. Therefore, Mr. Rel must have died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible! Yes, I agree that it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene that we must solve is... No, not so fast, Miles Edgeworth! What now? I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box. And it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. She sure bounces back quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rel's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. Just know that Francisca's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. Okay.
Hold it!
Objection!
About that. Pressing someone's testimony in order to gain some time to think. You're a real one-trick pony, aren't you? It's too bad your trick only works on fools. That wasn't my intent. I simply wish for more details as to how Mr. Faraday ended up on top of Mr. Rel. Someone's impatient. I was just about to explain everything to you. So do you think you could hold on for a minute? Franziska, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold on to that whip of yours. I'll hold on to it all right, as I whip you. Well, now that you've quieted down a bit, I'd like to continue if you don't mind. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back real quick. Okay,
Hold it!
two fell on top of each other. Don't you find that to be just a bit strange? Not at all. I can see in her eyes, she's dead set against me from the bottom of her heart. Miles Edgeworth, once I'm done here, you'll see that there's nothing strange at all. Now then, the two men fell into a pile.
Hold it!
What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time? I assume Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. Rel while holding both the knife and the revolver. And then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. Rel grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Rel wound up on the bomb with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible. Yes, it's possible, but... Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got. Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony. I don't see any point to that, but as you please. At close range, there we go. Okay.
Objection!
That stupid face. So you believe that they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it's written in the crime scene notes. Firing of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Rel's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rel and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. The two bodies are piled up on each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Rel moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation. A completely foolish line of foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool! If I am not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill? Huh? Who? The person that attacked first with the murderous intent. That would be... my... I mean, what reason would they have to, like, kill each other? It had been someone else. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can only be one explanation. There was a third person here. We were pulling the third person was here thing. My god. It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Bell and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit. Miles Edgeworth, there's just one thing you're missing. Evidence, correct? Exactly. Everything you've said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there is a third person involved in this crime? Of course. If the third person is truly here, that fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. The proof that this has all been a setup made to look like they killed each other. I'll present it and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. What is the piece of evidence that proves that there's a third person involved? Oh wait, I can look at the bag! This blood here is from Mr. Faraday, but there are no other clues to be found. Which begs the question, do I need to put this bag inside another bag in order to preserve it as evidence? Why is that your first thought? Okay, maybe... Oh, maybe the gun? Because it's in his right hand, not his left? Because it's either the gun or the plastic bag. Because that was there deliberately, I'm assuming.
Take that!
Okay, it was the gun. The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand, the plastic... Oh, okay, it was both. Okay, so either one I probably would have gotten right. The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand, the plastic bag with his blood on it. These two items point to the presence of a third person. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground, meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for a moment, there's a high probability of a blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence. Looks like we've still got a long way to go with this investigation. Yes.
Objection!
What? Who's objection? Oh. What the heck's up with you, pal? Mr. Bad, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest. What? What's the meaning of this? Ha! Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates. Don't you dare! That detective claims he was there standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie. Miss Yu, I ask that you please explain that last statement. I'll let His Honor explain it himself. I saw it with my own eyes, I'll tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway. What? See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why would a detective who is supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie? Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday? No! Of course not, sir! It would appear that the one who set this whole crime scene up is that detective. which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. It looks like your perfect logic has just come to tumbling down, Miles. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Was that statement really a lie? Detective Gumshoe, you're now suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now spit out the truth or so help me. I haven't lied to anyone, sir. Honest. I really was there. I was in the hallway the whole time. Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I'm the one who is heading up this investigation, am I not? Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy. All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of Von Karma, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set this record straight on something. And what's that? What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Detective Gumshoe, why were you missing from the hallway for a span of time? Look, pal, like I said, I was there the whole time, okay? But there's testimony against you that... Miles Edgeworth, why are you wasting our time with a completely useless question? The only logical reason as to why he was absent is that he was busy committing the crime. Anyone who says otherwise is a fool. Maybe I should ask about something else. Detective Gumshoe, I take it that no one else was in that hallway at any time, correct? Huh? Oh, of course not, pal. You're being awfully defensive. Might you be hiding something from me? Watch your mouth, pal. You can't go around saying stuff like that about me without any evidence. Suppose you're right. I have no evidence at this point. Miles Edgeworth, how can you be losing wits with this detective? You're a disgrace! Suppose the one thing I'd like to clarified. Is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime? Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything? No, sir, not me, not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir! Is that a fact? My god, his angry face! He's so ticked off, jeez! Oh my goodness!
Objection!
You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe? I'm telling you, I am not lying! The more unnaturally you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. If you want a motive, Bratworth, I've got one for you right here. Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy, because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. You're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale, so Mr. Faraday yelled, that's a salary cut for you, nitwit! A brand new detective suddenly gained his salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation? You told me to understand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I can never hold a grudge. Quiet. Can't trust anything you say. Sir, there's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed, per se. But there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Misuse perfect explanation may not be so perfect at all. Okay. Mr. Faraday was upset. Yeah, you know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. But here he was, totally beat right in the face. And the offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face he's making now, right? I'm completely innocent, I tell you. Poor man. It was quite the scene with the detective.
Hold it!
You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you. Yeah, I have to say it was really enjoyable too. That's why when I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier, I knew to steer clear of him. No way. That was because I had something stuck on my face. But you do. Huh? What if I got stuck on my face? Let's start with your eyes, nose, and mouth. Oh, and those ridiculous eyebrows. Huh? Stop bullying him! Oh man, messing with your head is just too much fun. Miss Yu, if you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony now. Sure, why not? She's so mean! Bruh, why does she gotta be so rude? Absolute disrespect. Gumshoe did nothing wrong. Free my man, he did nothing wrong. Oh, did not mean to do that.
Hold it!
To cut a new detective's salary right off the bat like that. I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice? Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too? I suppose I did. It's totally natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can't even fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers. Do you think maybe that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people? Well, I guess. They really shouldn't cut people's pay. Detective Bad. Don't tell me Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier. Oh, he probably did!
Hold it!
You call your explanation perfect. Is that not to your liking? Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case? Should I raise an objection? Alright, if you clear this one thing up for me. Maybe motive for killing Mr. Rowell? Because, I mean... Because if Mr. Rowell was still alive while, like, Mr. Faraday was dead, then, like, the blame could have just been on him. I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rell? His motive for killing Rell? Like I would know. If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, then I doubt this incident would have occurred, wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have held a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. What? But that's impossible. She must know something. Wait. Can you please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh. I didn't even do anything, you're already laughing away. Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway. Would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that. Stop being so uptight, or is that a requisite trait for being a Von Karma? Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up! I wish you'd both be quiet for just 1 second. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids. Aren't you like 22? There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the 2 men. Mr. Rell, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed on necessity, except to look like they had killed each other. I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? I should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. The second KG incident, as people were calling it, involving an embassy staff member, and the 2 men who both wound up as suspects in the case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking who's somehow related to them? Oh, wait. What being an embassy staff member Wait. What if... Wait. Miss Yu, I believe there is someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up? What do you mean? We are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was the suspect in the original KG-8 incident, and a member of the Kodopian embassy staff, Mr. Manny Kochin. That's right, the very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Kodopian embassy staff, Mr. Rell, and the man who was the lead prosecutor for the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Kochin has no reason at all to kill both of these men? Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two. You covered for me, pal. Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect, make no mistake about that. Perfect evidence, the perfect testimony. These are the only things I wish to hold. But I didn't do it! You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Kochin for me. But remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of this leak out. You want to investigate Kochin? You'd just be wasting your time. And why is that? Kochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial, or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived. And the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe. I suppose so. No, wait, come on, Detective Bat, you gotta believe me, sir! I really was in the hallway the whole time, sir! I never took a single step into this room, sir! Okay, then are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway? No, there was no one else, sir. Why should I believe you didn't do it? That's one incredibly foolish detective, standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt. have to admit, it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. And if that detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent, you'd think he would at the very least offer up I spaced out while on duty or the like. Come on, Gumshoe. Time for your interrogation. Detective Bad. Ah, frick. Miles Edgeworth, I will go ahead and report this to Papa. And that, as they say, is that. Right, everyone? What? Well, I suppose we should both get back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Miss Yu, there's something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? To have set these two men up and make it look like they killed each other. Is there one thing I cannot forgive? It's the discretion of the dead. So, what you want to ask me about? Did I present my badge to you? I think I did. The current case of the murdered Kodopian embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG-8 incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And, what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG-8 incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. Now I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG-8 incident. I appreciate if you stop with the false accusations. Faceless outbursts are useless both inside and outside of the courtroom, don't you know? I do. I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. Think you can stop making that ultra-serious face in front of me? If you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. I'm not going to make any headway like this. I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KG-8 incident she is. Miss Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG-8 incident. That follows your proof. Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG-8 incident? You're the victim. Your connection to the KG-8 incident is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You will note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case? Oh, wait. Oh, I thought it was her. Like, oh wait, no, hers Callisto. Okay. Sorry, but we're not related. Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face. I couldn't help but. Miss Yu, I ask that you please tell me the truth. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Amano group was my sister, CCU, as I thought. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial by Manny Kochin. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he got to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree, all because of a lack of evidence. No, I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist. What? I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Kochin's trial was over. Apparently a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence. Then the evidence had been tampered with. Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? Smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries. They bailed Mr. Kochin out. Turns out they were in league with each other all along. How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation? I don't really know, which is why I want to become the lead defense on this case that people are calling the second KG-8 incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know. You mean you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? I don't know what to think. Why did Mr. Kochi want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he'd arrived. He figured he should say hi, and one other thing. Looks like you can't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. What's that supposed to mean? Oh boy, stop it with the scary face already. I'm fine, really. I gave him a good slap across the face. The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy. It's just as Mr. Bat said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around and people in the gallery claimed that he was in his seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we? Thank you for your advice, but there's no need to worry. I've worked my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well, you see. Look at you with your cane face on and ready to go. I'm making no such face. Did you know? Laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth. Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time? I'm charged with making sure that all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. There you go, making that face again. Oh well. I've got to get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. The KG-8 incident in this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus that Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly this case is far from over. Whether or not that detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name. My name isn't Miles Edgeworth. Wait, Von Karma either, so I don't know how you can uphold that. Onward towards the truth. Ah, we're still in the middle of this. What the fudge? What are these guys getting paid to do? Okay, I'm gonna be right back. E. Okay. I think I'm losing like Edgeworth's like voice, or whatever the heck voice I gave him. Also, I'm like so tempted to just, you know what? Miles Edgeworth, like freaking RT game Von Karma voice, because I can't do the deep like whatever rough voice he has in the anime or whatever. Okay, what's this? Sir, oh, frick. Oh, I need to get rid of this. Why was the audio like that? What the fudge? Bruh. I hope that wasn't like the entire time, I swear to God. Sir, what is to become of the trial into the Cadopian embassy staff member's murder? Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely. Ha! Looks like you'll have to wait just a bit longer for your big debut. I suppose it can't be helped. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while. Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Cadopian embassy staff member? And the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell? What an outrageous circus it has all become. That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naive something. An outrageous circus. Right, sir. I grow weary of this topic, Edgeworth. Edgeworth, I will have you assigned to a different case. Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you? I'll consider it. Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation. Whatever for. I know that there's already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, there's not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt. The perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection. Frick you. Papa, who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and I, we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree? If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish. Then you're allowing us to continue. In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. You smug old man. I love how everything's paused, too. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Franziska, see to it I'm not disturbed. Save for the results of your competition. Yes, sir. Of course, Papa. Franziska, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on. Yes, just as you wished. I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you'll fare on investigating from here, Miles Edgeworth. No, I don't have enough information yet, so my first order of business will be to question anyone involved in this case. Oh my goodness, she's following! Wait, I need a picture. I want to try to get a picture of them both. Alright, frick it. I guess this works. Look at him. Sir. Sir, nothing to report, sir. Is there no one who will make this man take responsibility for his actions on the job? Looks like we have no choice but to report this to Papa. Then, the Scar can have his fun in a waking nightmare of being awakened from his dream. Actually, let's not. I kind of feel sorry for him now. What are you doing here, you? Miss you? Oh, it's you, Bratworth. And who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I am Franziska von Karma, and about to become the successor to the family name. About to? I guess that means that for now, you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are. What? Why are you whipping me? Anyway, looks like they're planning on holding the evidence a bit longer. There's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. I'm terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask of you. Look at you, eyebrows scrunched with lines on your forehead. And that to ask of you. She is just like, this is the entire circus to her. What exactly is so funny? Sorry, I'm just bad at dealing with super serious atmosphere. Apparently they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school. I feel much better now. So, what do you want to talk about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in defendant lobby number 1 the whole time up until we heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You were with Detective Bad. Why? We had a little something to discuss, that's all. Oh, that's a lot, okay. So take it that you are acquaintances with Detective Bad. Yeah, he was the detective in charge of the KG-8 incident. Detective Bad is also related to that incident. That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Bratworth? Miles Bratworth, I have no idea what you two are talking about. I've heard of the KG-8 incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to you, Miss Yu? The victim of that case, CCU, was my little sister. You're making that super serious face again. I'm fine, really. I just make it a point to rub some more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him. The way she talks about doing that as she laughs is kind of creepy. But speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday say they met up just about every single time the Yatagrasu made a move. It's practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. I see. He didn't mention that he is in charge of the Yatagrasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatagrasu in more detail. Oh my goodness, you have me like do so much. It's an incredibly detailed model, isn't it? I heard that it costs so much to make it that it costs as much to make that as it costs to build the courthouse itself. What was the point of making such an expensive model? I felt the exact same way upon hearing it. It's so hard to understand such foolishness. Agreed. This thing is so incredibly detailed, my inner model fanboy is impressed. I'm not exactly a fan of plastic models per se, but even I can sense the superb quality of this model. I simply cannot comprehend how that man can feel so much love for such a trifle. Oh, I see. You're a disciple of my father, so you would do well to guard yourself against interest in such unproductive things, as perhaps I should take up whipping people like the young lady over here. I can't get... Maybe we'll find like another room. Can I leave? My goodness, I have to... Claim that at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad. But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do. Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening and dragged Mr. Rell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked. And what did you talk with Detective Bad about? Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more. Bloody. When she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spewed nothing but insults. Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2. I see. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mackerel. Now your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu, is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made up the evidence from KG8, I began to ask Mr. Rell all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. He had just made that up. He made it up? Mr. Rell's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras, but there's no footage of him sneaking into the Kodopian embassy itself. Hold on for just 1 second. And you mean to say that you knew that he was not the real Yatagarasu, and that he was just another cold-blooded killer, and you were ready to defend him? Yes, that's right. That's right. I see, so a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals. That's why defense lawyers are so detestable, but they are no match for us Von Karmas. I don't believe it, you're serious! Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? And Bratworth, do you remember what I said earlier? I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer. Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. I'm sorry. Forgive my rashness. Miss Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself. I do get a lot of consolation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies? The Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. Alright then, perhaps the Yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives. You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma? Franziska, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully or we may be sued by... There, I chose carefully, just like you wanted. And that just now was hilarious, little Missy. Of course it was. What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight? And so in the end, what is the Yatagarasu? I have to say, I've never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. The Yatagarasu deals in information, namely, in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. The Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person sounds just like another criminal to me. I suppose you could put it that way too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief. Sounds like Miss Yu is profiting nicely. Suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss Yu. Should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. Wait, what? Wait. Do you think you can win with this competition by simply showing that to me? Not at all. In fact, I was planning to thank you. I wouldn't be a prosecutor today without you and your father. I didn't really do much. You became a prosecutor first, that's all. But just so you wait and see, Miles Edgeworth, very soon I'll be a prosecutor too. Good. Then we can both send criminals away together as colleagues. But you can be sure that I'll always get more convictions than you. It's almost cute that she's going this far to insist she'll always win. Almost. Okay. Alright. Detective Gumshoe. Hey, it's you, pal. You're here. Ouch! As am I. Don't think you need to whip him to let him know that. I didn't do it, pal. I swore on my honor as a detective. I really didn't. Your words are useless. Place my trust only in the evidence detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy for the heart to be had for you. Have a heart, pal. But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about if you really are innocent, that is. That's right. Hey, pal, go and do your private investigation and get the real killer for me, will you? I would have done so, even had you not requested me to, detective. So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry? Just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because of my very first day as a detective. Reporting at my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really late. That's when he gave me that huge speech. I remember doing the same exact thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I always wind up going to my old classroom. How pathetic for the detective to be comparable to a mere school child. You claimed to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when you did receive the order to do so, and from whom? Earlier around 3:20 from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a real crazy turn. So I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday. And yet something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty. Your words sting worse than your whip, pal. So it's Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me? Nope. Not a thing, pal. In that case, allow us to take a look at what you're carrying on your personage. Wait, you can't do that! There's nothing of any particular value here. Well, my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so you know. And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket? Hands off, pal. Just show it to us already. Oh. Annual bonus check within $5 total. Except there's no check inside. Had your look now, give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. Just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know. This envelope is really special to me, now give it back. You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry. I'll throw it away for you later. How could you? I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now. I think I've asked him just about everything I need to. No, wait. Since he became a suspect, there's one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. So I have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe. Understood. Please make it brief, sir. Want to hear it from the horse's mouth. Must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. Oh. I did not mean to click that, but okay. It's a bookshelf. What's this? Judges' Trial Exchange Log. Appears to be a journal where the various judges share their thoughts and ideas. Real daily lives of the judges are laid out here in these pages. There's nothing about the court in here. It's just page after page of unrelated dribble. Judging by the content, they're very enthusiastic that the court has its daily menu. It would appear that fried oysters are a favorite. I have no use for such foolishly foolish words from that foolishly foolish crowd. Someone please assure me that this is not the true state of this country's, judiciary. I can't speak. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct? No mistake about it, pal. And you were also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either. Is that also correct? Yep, not even a single ant passed through that hall while I was on duty. You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself. Huh? Oh. But it's true. I didn't see anyone go through the hallway. I didn't hear anything else, pal. But the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I can't even imagine. So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. Why would he do so given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant lobbies is in order. You! Oh! He got kicked! Oh my goodness! She just blew a raspberry. How could you not have noticed that coming? Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier? Thanks! That's exactly what I needed. Kids can sometimes be so cruel. Looks like she dropped something. Oh, it's the mother freaking Swiss roll. Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead. I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt the next time we meet. I believe I asked all that I need out of this man. Now for Detective Bad and the judge. I have to confirm who is correct, the judge or that scruff face, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of the lobby number 2 next, then. I suppose so. Shall we head over, Franziska? I have a word with you, Detective Gumshoe. What in the world am I supposed to do, pal? I don't think he'll be much of use right now. Let's continue with the investigation. I suppose so. I propose we go and inspect the hallway he was standing guard in next. Let's go! So, did you see anything else? No, I don't think so. I see. Thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. Just do my duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Anytime, Detective. If you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. Are you that new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right? My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. And I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Franziska Von Karma. I am set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor. You see, Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Von... Oh! I bit my tongue! Are you alright, Your Honor? Please feel free to refer me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine. Apparently, somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title. Very well then, I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth. Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now about your earlier testimony. Yes, what about Mr. Edgeworth? I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw. Alright, after all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law. I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now the first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements. Actually, before I go talk with him, I'm going to, like, look around. Look, Swiss roll. It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods. Just lovely. What will they think of next? Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. One packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk. 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. For $6. They're awfully overpriced. The lineup is simply awful, period. Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll and the logo dropped this from this machine. I was wondering about that myself. Hot dog, beef jerky, ham sandwich, orange juice, milk. Vin's fresh milk. What exactly is that supposed to mean? I bet it means the milk is freshly milked by the various defendants on trial right now. Now I think it might mean that this was milked right here from the various defendants. Miles Edgeworth, you can't possibly be serious. Of course not. When it's looking bad, blind your opposition with some OJ. Are they prompting violence? Don't worry, my whip will make sure that anybody following this advice won't be for long. Compared to the sting of a whip, the sting of an orange juice may not be so bad. So limited time specials. When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. Looks like this slogan was decided through a public content test. The winner was Prosecutor Winston Payne. It's like, that's the most god-awful thing I've heard. What the fudge? I don't... Okay then, what a pathetic slogan. No presence at all. Now if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters into Avant Karma's hands, everyone in court will be found guilty dogs.
Objection!
Overruled. He did an objection. Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. I see.
Objection!
Oh, Miles Edgeworth, wouldn't you agree that it's a very clever pun? Do you really think they put that much effort into the product name? Even a foolish fool could understand the foolish thinking of the fool who made it up. You're acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad and now utterly famished. If you wanted a pack of these, all you had to do was ask like a normal person. Ham sandwich. Don't let the prosecution defense make a ham sandwich out of you. It sounds like it's directed at the ham of a judge. But it certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day. Alright, Swiss roll. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. The end of what? I assume it means the end of the trial. I suppose this means that one should eat these during a recess? You can't eat during the trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh? I wouldn't mind if you want to eat one now. They come in packs of 2 after all. We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me. If you want, we can pull our money and buy a pack together. If I have to split with you, then I don't want it. Jeez, okay. Credit card accepted. Doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area. Suppose not. Perhaps we should check somewhere else. Oh wait, let me... Can I make thoughts? No, that's not what I meant. Q. Nope. Won't rest till I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Is that a bathroom? I can look outside. However, I doubt the killer could have escaped through here. Of course not. This is the 3rd floor, after all. It appears that bars were installed on this to prevent people from falling out. Bars? What bars? Can you not see them from your vantage point? What? I must remember not to bring up that taboo subject again. There's a bathroom. Is cactus? Oh, what's the matter? I pricked myself on one of this cactus's needles. Didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp. Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case. Do you really think so? Because I believe that this cactus on this windowsill is completely related. Oh, well then, I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it is related. What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. I feel like I've seen something like this before. All I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there is a litter running loose inside this courthouse is simply unforgivable. It's not like it was I who littered. Rubbish belongs in a rubbish bin. Ants. The ants are at hard work carrying their food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size. Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karman name and not be squashed under it, you better work extra hard just like these ants. The same goes for you, Franziska. Handprint. The dirt on this bench smells like some sort of sweet substance. I can't believe there's someone going around dirtying the courthouse for shame! Calm down, Franziska. Now take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you? I suppose it could be. Which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench. I see, and then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob. You there, the lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to? Sir, yes, sir. Got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir. And do we know who they belong to? Sir, the fingers belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, interesting. Good work, officer. And there you have it. Yes, I suppose so. Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench. I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. Very. What are these black speckles? I believe it's a pile of ants eating away. Oh, that detective! He claims that not a single ant slipped by him. Yet here is a whole hill of them. What are you hitting me for? As a replacement for that pathetic detective. Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts. Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating. From the looks and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. Miles Edgeworth, the courthouse to be kept pristine at all times. It wasn't me that dropped the food on the ground. The courthouse must be kept clean. He's so angry. It's pouring out from the hole in this bench as well. Wonder if the inside of this bench consists of nothing but ants. Don't you dare continue with that gross line of thought! I'm sorry. Wait. I don't... Let's talk to the judge. Oh, wait. Maybe I can... No, there's not enough room. Wait. Franziska, please. Down here. Up here. Why do you keep... Okay. I'm trying to get like front-facing view, but like, it's so difficult. There we go. Look at them, the duo. Heck yeah. Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder? Do you suspect me of something? His face! No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor. Very well, you may continue with your testimony. Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after. Oh, I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony. I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge. Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom. Now it's going to the restroom that Detective Gumshoe, is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, I couldn't believe when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore. Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain to me rationally. I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's when my finely honed judge's intuition said. Though, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off. Apparently this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. The restroom window, huh? I wonder if you can really see the men's bathroom window from that one there. You can. I'm looking right at it now. I demand that you show me this view at once! I suspect that her height is what's limiting her ability to see. It's probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor. Miss Bratworth, may I return to my other duties now? Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor. Anytime, Miss Bratworth, anytime. The judges in this country seems rather friendly. Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I heard that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. For so you say. Now, nope, this is a pretty spacious hallway, but it's nothing compared to the ones at home. Indeed, this house itself is a bit too spacious. However, even with this much space, there's nowhere for that scruff face to hide. Well, other than the crime scene just beyond those doors. Franziska, I believe it's much too early to draw any conclusions. It's already proven that Detective Gumshoe was in this hallway the entire time. Now all we need to do is gather more information. To do that, I'll just have to examine everything I see here by myself. Okay, like... put these two together. These bits of chocolate and cake may not have come from a Swiss roll. A Swiss roll? Why would the courthouse sell a thing like that? It may not seem like the right venue, however, it is being sold right over there. The vending machine. I see. Stay neutral as the Swiss rolls do in the end with these. Two for $6? Talk about expensive. Even the fact that it's on the expensive side aside. The fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now. Naturally, after all, I'm here, aren't I? Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll. As he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench. How could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable! Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts. A contradiction? Where? I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. Okay. I'm gonna do specifically the $6 and then...
Eureka!
Eureka! About Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny on his personage. Just how poor is that guy? His bonus really was only $5. He should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Indeed. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. Question is, how? Oh my goodness, I think I know how. Let me... Q. Practice when you sell a pink piece of trash. Connect these suckers. This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon. I suppose that's possible. The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. That would be the most logical conclusion. I love how we ended up on that. Okay, do I have to talk to Bad now? Hey man. Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about. Hey, how about doing some actual work, you? I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess. You're getting in the way of the investigation. I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself, plus I still hold investigative authority. So I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here. Faraday. That guy was just accused, you know? Just knew something was gonna happen. Detective's instinct told me. A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it.
Hold it!
Don't... Ziska, I think you need to apologize. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please continue. I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. Told him to send somebody over. That detective's the one that showed up. Only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad. Yeah. Wait for him on the first floor. After you got here, we came out to these defendant lobbies together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Rella out of off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something, and that Faraday had said not to let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside. And around what time did all of that take place? Let's see. I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. Jeez, alright. Hold on. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Let's see here. I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once. Oh, and how can you make such a claim? One of the guards out on this floor's main lobby swore to me he didn't. If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to? That's simple. He must have gone to lobby number 2, just as I suspected. You and I, we were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe. It would seem that I am still missing some key pieces of information. Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not? Yeah, I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you. How much time elapsed between you earning what? Hearing the gunshot on your arrival on the scene. Less than a minute. What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot? I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around in the hall. And raced into lobby number 2. That's when we discovered the bodies. In that order. That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right? Yeah, I guess it does. Little miss. I'm about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve or else. You wave that thing around anymore? And I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss. You wouldn't dare. Ha. Just joking. Detective Bad is really something if he can make Franziska behave. Are we about done? Is there anything else I should ask him about? I'd like to know a little more about the circumstances under which you heard the gunshot. Like I said, I was in lobby number 1 with you. I had nothing else to add. His testimony certainly corroborates with that Miss Yu said. Miles, you already asked me about that, remember? Detective Bad, where were you when you heard the gunshot? How many times are you going to ask that? I was in defendant lobby number 1 where I heard the gunshot. Exactly? Okay. Now get out of here. You're getting in the way. Not through questioning you yet. Is there anything else I should ask him about? Time here. I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot. It was around the end of the recess, and the trial was about to start again, I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense he wasn't going to show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him or he'd be late. Just as I thought that, bang! The sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums. So we heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart. Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste. Oh, come on! All you're doing is standing in front of this door doing nothing. I get the sense he's somewhat investigating this crime scene, rather that he's keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask you that you cooperate with us for just a bit longer? I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place. Fine then, be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles. You may no longer be willing to help us, however, may I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation? Do as you like. Well, I believe I now have a very firm grasp of what happened here. Well, I do too! Alright, Franziska, would you care to share what conclusions you've come to? Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead. It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure she wins. Almost. Very well, but first we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony. This is a really intimidating standoff. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up. Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect? In a sense, I suppose you could say that. Even you, a judge, are nothing but a common witness before Von Karma. Silence in the courtroom! Silence, I say! Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Von Karma. Miss Jean is prosecutor. You bit your tongue again, didn't you? As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You can even place me under oath if you want. Very well then. Your testimony, if you please. Bruh. During the recess, I, went to the restroom. There's a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines. When I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty? That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm? I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now. Okay. What would... Oh wait, has he heard anything?
Hold it!
Your Honor, why exactly did you pay a visit to the restroom, if I may ask? Well, isn't it obvious? What else do you go to the restroom for? Maybe I knew it. You suspect me of some sort of tomfoolery, don't you? Please stay calm, Your Honor. This is going to be much harder than I anticipated. I'm sorry. You're right. I need to think things through with a level head. Just nervous because so much has happened today with this trial. Let's see. I announced a recess and a time for us to reconvene. Having done all that, so I still wasn't able to go to the restroom right away. Get out of here. Why couldn't you? Mr. Faraday had been accused, so I had paperwork to process regarding a new prosecutor. Once I had finished that, I was finally able to make a mad dash to the restroom. At least he stayed consistent on the going to the restroom part of his testimony.
Hold it!
Your Honor, did you really go to the men's restroom? What is the meaning of that statement? It simply meant that perhaps he went to a restroom on a different floor. Had to go for such a long time. That's all I could do to dash to the closest one to the courtroom. Suppose that's only natural given his circumstances. I ran from the courtroom through this floor's main lobby down the hallway. Once you enter, you can see there's a window just above the urinals. It was through that window that you witnessed Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor. Yes, exactly. Your Honor, there's no need to yell. I can hear you just fine. Well, I guess I put a little too much into that last answer. Now let's continue with the testimony. Even when he's doing the testimony, he's like, alright, let's continue.
Hold it!
Are you sure that the person you witnessed was Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor? Yes, I'm absolutely sure. It's hard to miss someone of his stature, even from as far as away as the restroom. Besides, I can't think of anyone else with that kind of hairstyle and big, beige coat. Well, I was simply wondering if you were mistaken in what you saw. What? Preposterous! My eyes are as sharp as can be, ready to see through lies to the truth. Though recently things do seem to be a bit fuzzier than they used to be. Clearly his eyes are not the only things have gone fuzzy. But allow me to say with all the honor and dignity of a judge, I'm not mistaken in what I saw. Wait. Oh wait, I can look at the Swiss roll. Can't believe they're selling Swiss rolls like these in vending machines these days. Yes, I can't believe it's for $6. It's $6 for 2. I mean, who charges that much for a commoner's junk food? Francisca, if you want one, all you have to do is buy one for yourself. What? I'm working right now. It won't do for me to eat while there's a case to be solved. Your idea of working is vastly different from mine.
Hold it!
He disappeared, but Your Honor, didn't you just say I saw the detective buying something from the vending machine? Why, yes, I did. The restroom window looks over the courtyard, right into the hallway. But just as I was about to exit, I took another look and there was no one in sight. It led me to the only solution to this mystery. The detective must have gone to the crime scene lobby number 2 at that point. So he looked into the hallway from the restroom and over the courtyard, did he? Oh, wait. Well, I mean, this is proof that, like, he was there. And, wait, like, he got the Swiss roll.
Objection!
Yes! Oh my god. What was that? Finger whack for Mr. Edgeworth. Don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone's giving testimony? Ha. If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by. Miles Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. This is what some people may say in the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me. What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is the culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of the uncleanliness. If you must know, the uncouth bench cellar has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor. Well, that's good, but who was it? We were able to discover something from the smudge on bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints. Not happy with committing this just murder, he had to go dirty the courthouse too? Guilty! Your Honor, please calm down. While it is true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, you have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder. What do you mean? I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusion to be true. But I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom? It is indeed. The window in the hallway is built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francisca herself was unable to see out that window. I knew I shouldn't have used her hat as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom. Then, it seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window, yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight. What? Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time. Sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. What I want to do is try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it! Is there something of value that you'd like to say? Yes, actually there is. I remember something else just now. Miss Bratworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time. Even if we overrule him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a prep investigation, right? Suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard a loud bang of a gunshot. How is that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others. Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time? I agree, before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words. I'm sorry. Honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until just now. Now that he mentioned it, right before we started the trial, he did talk about that. By the way, there was someone celebrating a birthday during the recess. I could have sworn I heard a popper going off. Couldn't think of it. The other day with my grandson. The most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway, and whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. What the? You know what? I'm not gonna ask. I looked on Discord for a second. I saw something. I'm like, I'm so confused. Okay. Oh, I think I know I have to. Oh, wait. Wait. Save. I know what your popper was.
Objection!
Oh, come on. Do I have to... Frick. The statement right now contradicts with this piece of evidence. Really? Your Honor, by my account, there's absolutely no contradiction here at all. Really? Well then, I guess we're still alright. Please continue with the testimony. The two of them overruled me. This way I will lose the truth to the darkness forever. You need to stay calm, think carefully, and find a flaw in his testimony fast. Frick. At this point, nothing stands out to me as contradiction in his testimony. Franziska, if I'm correct, this testimony is hardly precision quality. I know that, and that's why I said at this point. I think my first line of attack will be to draw more information from his honor.
Hold it!
Okay. Your Honor, about what you just said. No, I couldn't believe it myself. Bang, with the gunshot. Oh my god. And like this, just like this with a quick, ah! Your Honor, please remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me. Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Now then, I must gather myself. Yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I should know. I looked. There was no one there. This judge's emotion circuits appear to be struck on overreact. At this point, nothing stands out to me as okay.
Hold it!
In that case, you can see that you were overconfident in your last testimony. Now hold on there. She said it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom this time. You know something? I don't think you know when the prints you referenced were left on the bench, do you? True. While you have proven that it's possible that the detective was sitting, I still have a problem with just when those fingerprints were left. That's right, I've yet to prove when the fingerprints were left on that bench. While he feigns ignorance, his honor has seen a lot of life. This judge, I mustn't underestimate him. I wonder... I really wish the thing updated like and kicked me in the freaking in the legs.
Hold it!
As we established, you went into the restroom during the recess. However, at that point in the recess, did you look in that hallway? After I called for recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened. Yes, that sounds about right. Just as I expected. What were you expecting? I meant to know what all that knowing smile is for. Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony. Oh, 20 minutes. Okay. You know what? I'll just... Did I, like, ruin the timeline because, like, I made a mistake?
Objection!
You're... Can I allow you to make an objection? What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but... Can I allow you to not allow me to make an objection? Gads, I've been overruled! Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste. What do you mean by that? You claim that you heard the gunshot during this recess, but that's simply not possible. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred von... Instead of biting your tongue, why don't you... What did she say? Instead of biting your tongue, why don't you bite your tongue on those preposterous names? See, you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francisca. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back. With your height, you need a stepladder or four to accomplish that. Mr. Bratworth, I guess we're not that far gone yet, I'll have you know. I could still hear just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears. Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad. According to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. What did you just say? Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction? That can't be! Unfortunately, that is the truth. But I heard it clear as day. Bang! The sound of a gunshot! The sound of the gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention. That piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand what that gunshot the judge really heard was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard.
Take that!
Now we use the dang balloon. I found this object in the hallway earlier. What is that pink substance? I wish they stopped calling... Why do they call it a substance? Not freaking liquid. Or it just sounds like this is calling it a liquid or something. And I'm like, no, that's not what it... Okay. You may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon. I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon to your court record. Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony. What? Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there's no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at the time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct? Yes, that's exactly right. I'm giving the same voice, but whatever. Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that even you can figure the rest out on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot. What manner of trickery is this? That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified. Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins? Well, to be honest, I did think that sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. Who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this? That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse. I want to trade these coins with you. That's it. That balloon that girl was holding, it explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy. Who knew? But giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do. What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see it to myself that he is released. Wait, there are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe. But why? I thought we just cleared his name. Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do now is to continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And that's when. We must resolve the remaining issue pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway. Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom. I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. Get him in here. Was it now? It's the time for my trial already. I've already told you a gazillion times, pal. I didn't do it. I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe. No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that. No. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental? Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part. Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime. I guess so. What are you guys talking about? In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you were on guard duty. And please remember you are not on trial. This is all just a part of the investigation. Oh wait, Frank, I should have presented my badge to the judge. No. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, you should give false testimony. My whip will object loud and clear. If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood? Got you, pal. Thinking back on the state of the crime scene in the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case. Came down here on this courthouse and Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in the hallway the whole time. I'm out as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal. He's still singing the same tired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and it's time I pull the information I need out of him. Okay. Okay, and Gumshoe.
Hold it!
So was it really Detective Bad who called you down here? You bet it was, pal. I was left in charge of the precinct while everyone was out and this call comes in. Want you down here in 1 minute flat, he said. I thought this was my big chance, my first case, so I made a mad dash down here. Although, I couldn't exactly get here in a minute flat. So how long did it take you? About 10 minutes, I guess. And what was Detective Bad doing when you finally made it? He's waiting for me down at the first floor in the entranceway, pal. Entryway, yeah.
Hold it!
By he, you mean? Detective Bad, of course. This being my first time at this courthouse. He also walked me up to the 3rd floor hallway in front of the defendant lobbies. Did you meet anyone along the way? Well, just as we entered the hallway, we ran into Miss Yu. And he heard from Miss Yu that Mr. Faraday was not to be interrupted. That's when Detective Bad told me to stand guard in the hallway, pal. So far, Detective Gumshoe's testimony is matching up with Detective Bad's.
Hold it!
You claim to have been in that hallway the whole time. However, it is not a fact that you did something while... Is it not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway? Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else? Very well then. What exactly does guarding that door entail? Well, to put it simply... I know. It's my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch. Oh, Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of? You got it, pal. Didn't take a single step away from the door, just like I was ordered not to. Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Because we are all in shock in all of your utter stupidity. Scruffy, you're going to lie. At least tell us a more believable one. But I'm not lying. I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close. Okay. Oh, wait. It's not T. I got E.
Objection!
I have an objection. What is it, pal? Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere. Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal? Precisely. In that case, I suppose. But you also recall the solid hallway bench. Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that. Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this. You inconsiderate, slovenly pig! I promise to clear up later, I swear. Now then, shall we get down to business? About the fact that you didn't move even a single step from in front of that door. If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands? Appears that Francisco's whip can do more damage than my words alone can. Alright, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? Thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job. So I didn't want to say anything. Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying. That's all I'm sorry for, you got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back. That last statement may sound like it makes sense. However, there's something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us? Of course not. You've got nothing else to hide, pal. If only that were true, Detective Gumshoe. But it is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else. Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you're aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct? Huh? Remind me again, pal. That vending machine out in the hallway. It's selling packs with 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right? Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that? Told you I bought it myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me, so there's no one who could have helped me buy it. But don't tell me. You got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you? Correct. As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, you do? Of course I do. What? How? What proof do I have that there must have been someone else there in the hallway? The balloon?
Take that!
What the heck is that? I knew you didn't really have anything. You prosecutors are all the same, always lying to people. You should stop, you know? I refuse to be lectured by the likes of you, detective. I'm making rash decisions, but whatever. Miles, how long do you plan on being strung along by this moronic detective? I have no intention of falling for his lie, because there was definitely a second person. Because if he was truly alone all along, then that piece of evidence should not exist. Wait. What?
Take that!
You showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal. I think you're under the mistaken impression I bought this pack of rolls. Wait, if you didn't buy it, that means you must have stolen it, you thief! I would never do such a thing! How you liars of the city, you start as thieves. You're under arrest, pal. I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start as liars. In that case, what does that say about you, detective? This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone. There were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them, but you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you? No way, pal. You got it all wrong. I ate both of them. Move out of the way. It would appear that we've caught you at last. Look at her. Look at her go. Don't you dare do anything bad to that girl. It would appear that they do know each other after all. So why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? And have I wronged you somehow? I have a name and it's K. K what? K Faraday! Faraday. Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter? I'm not you, I'm K. K? You know. Good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises like the way you do. Well, then you shouldn't have then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister! Gummy? My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe. What a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong! Okay. Appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail. Feral! Look at this kid! It appears that we've caught you red-handed eating a Swiss roll. Look, I'm sorry about lying to you, pal. And, do you have nothing else to say? Sure do. You're so fluffy and sweet and big. It was perfection, pal. I'm totally worth every penny of my bonus. I see. Well, good for you, detective. I can't believe it. It's almost funny when a fool is unbelievably foolish. It's a witness stand. I'll make sure that each and every person I ever stand to will be found guilty. There are others besides the defendant that stands at this podium, you know. I don't care, just make sure you never end up standing at one of these, or you'll be sorry. I'll keep that in mind. Each day now I'll be taking my rightful place behind this bench. By that time I shall already be standing here. I'd be downright disgraceful I beat you to it, wouldn't I? If that were to happen, Francisca, I'll eat my caravat. This is the defense attorney's bench. I'll only be standing on the side of the courtroom if that incident hadn't happened. What are you thinking about? Lately, the more wrinkly your face becomes, the less I'm able to read what you're thinking. Well, I never. I'll have you know I don't have a single wrinkle upon my youthful brow. Alright, Detective, what do you think? Or not, Detective Judge. Dear. What's the matter, Your Honor? Claim to hand down verdicts, but I am fairly cast suspicion on the big fella. This trial just now would have destroyed his life. I'm the guilty one. We all make mistakes, Your Honor. To err is human, to forgive divine, as they say. Although, if you were to make a mistake during the trial, then it would be quite unforgivable. True. No. Let me leave. Let me go! Wait. I wanted to see if I could try to... Oh, just like mini whip woman. Why did I just saw that now? I'm trying. Wait, hold on. No, frick. I can't get a pic. You know what? Frick it. Let's talk to Kay. Now then, Kay. Feral. She's like a stray cat. I wonder if I should feed her. I wonder if I should feed her something. She's not an animal.
Take that.
Okay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down. Oh, a Swiss roll. It really belongs to you, though, doesn't it? Yeah, I was saving it for Dad. Hi. Your father, he's... Don't you say another word, pal! She doesn't know yet! Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Dad. I overheard the guards talking. About how Dad, he's not here anymore. I'm gonna cry! Bless this child. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him. Oh my god. Okay. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. She needs the pizza. She needs a... I gave her a... She doesn't just need a Swiss roll, she needs pizza. But oh my god, no, Kay, don't cry! Oh, this poor child! right. Let it all out. Father just passed away after all. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who is a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me. As a child, I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us. Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry? You're right. Sorry about that. Okay, here. How about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes? Oh my god! Oh no, she just needs it. She didn't. Oh my god. Frick. Oh no. My Corvette, don't blow your nose on that. I feel better now, thanks. Child, this. Oh my god. Okay, are you going to be alright? Yep, I'm already alright. Somehow, I hardly doubt that, but I'm not going to push it. I promised that I'd never cry in front of strangers. And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right? That's right. Even if I can't see Dad anymore, I'm still gonna keep all my promises. You're a very brave girl, Kay. You're a very good child for keeping the promise you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry, just for you. Ah. Thank you very much, lady. It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all. It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francisca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Wait, how old is she? Because I never got that. She's 10! Oh my god. Okay, what kind of person was your father? Dad was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world. So to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are in the same sense as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals. Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Dad would buy me an absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls. Oh? I want to be a hero of justice just someday, just like Dad. So I've been working really hard. I see. What have you been working hard on? I've been working hard to keep all the promises Dad and I made together. A promise book. May I take a look inside, Kay? Sure, okay. It appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father. I'm gonna try. Hey, Kay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero too. Yeah, you're really cool too, Gummy. Yeah, aren't I, Kay? What is with the two of them? I hand down verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero too. Yes, and thanks to your oh-so-heroic testimony, you almost painted the detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail. I'm really sorry about that. Gummy's not a bad man, okay? That poor judge. He's being treated like a vile criminal after rather than a hero of justice. Appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay. Yeah, we're friends. In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? So I take that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier. Yep. I was on my way to see Dad when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi. And when was this? Huh? Oh, before everything got crazy. How long were the two of you together? We only talked for a little while, and then we went on our own ways. That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it. Oh, which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess, and isn't that right? You got me! I told you to stop picking out Gummy, mister! Very well then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. This kid's about to throw hands. Again. Or like kick freaking kneecaps. Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay? Well, I didn't really have a lot of money, and I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But that still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one. Come to think of it, she did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct? Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister. Sure. Let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct? Well, that's why... Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have you arrested, pal. Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest? I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question. Sorry about your roughly thing. Yes, well now it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay. I have a spare. So here, you can have this one. Oh my goodness, he doesn't have it anymore. But Dad said never take things from a stranger. That's one of the promises you made in your promise book, correct? Yeah, look, see? It's right here on this page. Kay's promises, never take things from a stranger, never go anywhere with a stranger. Alright then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me the next time we meet. Okay, Dad never said I couldn't borrow things to strangers. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Uh-oh. I believe it's now crystal clear that you were with little Kay in that hallway. I told you to stop being mean to Gummy! Like, she's going to protect this man. Miles Edgeworth, there's still something you have yet to resolve. I beg your pardon. You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us. That's, well... Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake. Hey, don't worry about it, Kate. Everything's gonna be okay. So that's why. So what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation. His reason for lying is very simple. What? Here's what I believe to be his reason. From his simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Which piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe is lying on account of Kay? Oh my goodness, my throat. Oh wait, there's more. Jeez, okay. Promise 3. Okay. Promise 1, never take things from a stranger. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. Promise 3, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Promise 4, never cry in front of strangers. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Dad's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Okay, be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promise to me, okay? Love, your dad. Aww. I asked like this. Mr. Faraday and Kay's promise notebook. How does this explain anything? If you could take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. What a foolishly foolish fool's fool of a foolish reason for a fool! Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you? Because I'm your friend, Kay, that's why. Gummy! At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now? Guess there's no being you, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. I've been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry, and that snack vending machine was taunting me. All of that cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls. Yeah, but then like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up. I was thinking about sharing a snack with Dad, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll. I only had about $1 in coins. So we pulled my $5 and her $1 together and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together. I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said, Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. Don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me. So you didn't really get it from me, you know? He told me I'd be okay. And he gave me a whole roll to save and give it to Dad. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate? All y'all do this pose. The whole Von Karma family does this. Indeed. Detective, I take it that you then sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together. Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. And sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal. Anyway, okay, I believe this also belongs to you. Oh, that's from the balloon I popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. It was sitting high up on a windowsill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I forgive you. But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped half of his Swiss roll. Wow, you really got me there, pal. Aww. 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 What the frick is this? I'm going to cry. I'm going to weep tears. This is all too sweet. More sweet than the Swiss roll. So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister. So you kicked me, is that it? You sure are a feisty one. I'm really sorry, mister. It's alright, I'm perfectly unharmed. But about this Swiss roll, I forgot anybody. Would it be alright with you if I held on to it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go? Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay? Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders. Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean? It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss Yu. Look at her laughing. I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people. What? How dare you talk back with such insolence? You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy. Oh, and what we have here? What is the child doing here in the courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child away. Run, Kay! Run! Freaking run, Kay! Run for the hills! Miss Callisto, you! That girl's Mr. Faraday's... I know, so what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right. However, as long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct? Yeah, but you see, it's obvious that it can only be the detective. He is the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. I have no counter-argument to that. Don't worry, I've already put in his necessary paperwork for his formal arrest. But the investigation is far from over. Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect that in the open without guard? I suppose it is. Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes to your negligence. Oh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this! This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma! Down, Tigress. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation. So, we're back to square one. Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime, lobby number 1. Oh my goodness! The truth behind the KG8 incident. Oh, we have to be near the end game. Oh my goodness, she's here. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent? It smells like flowers. Uncle Bad, is this it? Wait, what? Huh? Isn't that Detective Bad and Kay over there? It looks like she managed to escape the bailiff. No, that's not quite it. Aw, too bad. It's so pretty. I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it. Thanks! I'll treasure it always! Those two seem to get along rather well. Oh, here. I've got something else for you. Hey, thank you, Uncle Bad! Earlier I ate one of these with Gummy. Gummy? What do you mean, Gumshoe? Look at her chomping down on it! Gummy is... He was trying to be nice to me because I was going to get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Oh no, don't cry, Kay! No! I know he didn't kill Dad! Kill Dad! Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying. I'm not crying! I am though! Oh my god. Okay. Oh, it's the mister from before and the lady too! Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being? You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do. Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant. So I'm related to the investigation. Is that so, Detective Bad? Yeah, I guess. What? You were just scolding us like kids to not mess up the crime scene. And now you let this child run free. Why? People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. You also had a few things you wanted to look into. Got a problem with that? Don't have a problem with that, but I'm curious as to what Miss Yu is looking into. Uncle Bad, I'm going to look somewhere else now, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you. Oh, that's right. Hey, mister. Yes, what is it? I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So, please, find the real bad guy, okay? Won't forgive whoever did this. But in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there's no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was pondering. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back. You can just barely see his shoes. Okay. Get rid of this. What is going on? Okay. What? I'm still looking at the. She needs the pizza, and I. Is every like this person that cries or whatever like they need pizza? Get him pizza, stat, quick. Plant. Decorative plant leaves are shinier than the ones on the plants in lobby number 2. That's probably because it's next to the windows where it's easier to photosynthesize. You may be right, plus the curtains are always drawn in lobby number 2. The caretakers of this courthouse don't think enough about the plants, do they? That's because they're the courthouse caretakers, not a bunch of botanists. I'm going to freaking... I still don't know who the frick could have done any of this gosh dang crime. I have to talk to you, don't I? Detective Bad, what exactly was Kay searching for? Nothing that concerns you, boy. Oh, and I suppose that's something to do with Kay. It does, because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste. Sounds like he'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again. I don't have anything to say to you. Be that as it may, we still have questions that still need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permitting this thesaurus? He's the walking thesaurus. .com freaking. Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate. It's the ultra-strong perfume Yu wears. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. Didn't think twice and opened the window. That smell's still here. Perfume, huh? So the sweet scent in the air is perfume. Oh, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap no-name brand. She said it's a famous brand from overseas. It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff. No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles onto me. Here, little girl, you can have it. I was born for a much more expensive refined perfume. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold on to this bottle without fail. Why can't she ever be honest about her wants? So now we have the perfume Miss Yu wears, just fantastic. Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm going back to investigating. Actually, I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about. He's so ticked off. Oh. I can't look at the perfume. Does she have like, there's a bunch of them or something? A bunch of perfumes? Alright, let's talk to this man, I guess. Oh, wait. Did I show you my badge? Yeah, wait, no, yes I did. So you were in this room the entire recess. Like I said. I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. Other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here. At least your story is consistent. Earlier you stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu. Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here. Then what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in the 2 different locations. Yes, I am. Interesting. Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you. Let's see, Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the KG8 incident, and as I recall, Detective Bat was the lead detective on that case. I wonder if the reason for a disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece, because you were the lead detective on the case. You knew? I also know that today's trial involving the Kodopian Embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me. and told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday, and the KG8 incident. If you already know that much, I guess it'd be alright to tell you. Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG8 incident. It's not exactly a happy story, other than the people who were directly involved. You two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell. Oh, he has a lollipop! The honest truth behind the KG8 incident. Faraday, you and I. As you already know, we three were involved in the KG8 incident. Faraday and I were originally on the trail of a smuggling ring. You mean the smuggling ring case involved in one of the Amano Group's secretaries? That trial was just a front. A facade? Yeah, but the case became tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring CCU was killed. Then, what became of the secretary who was arrested? His name was Colin Devore. He was honest. He was honest. No, he wasn't. And now the man's dead. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring. But he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Devore was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat. The boss man of the Amano Group. Can't seriously mean Ernest Amano. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bat's personal hypothesis. Come to it, 7 years later, this whole thing was freaking true. What is he trying to do, suspecting Mr. Amano of being involved with smuggling? I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure acquittal after he confessed. But the man who killed CCU, Manny Cochin, was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of a murder, Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go? If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him. That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, Cece. I was supposed to protect them both. Miss Yu did mention that as well, but how Detective Bat was supposed to guard her sister. But even I, who was supposed to protect them, I fell into a trap. What kind of a trap? The holes in his jacket are a testament to that trap. Oh! Oh! Oh, wait, there's like some holes in his tie as well. Oh my god. You mean you were fired upon? You were shot that many times in one gunfight? No. Only about half of these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I learned from the KG8 incident. I see. Couldn't protect CCU, and the suspect was found not guilty. We had hit a brick wall, as far as the law was concerned. That's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu. About when you first met Miss Yu, it was on the day the verdict of the KG8 incident was handed down, was it not? Yes, Faraday and we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. That's all we could do. But just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face. Well, she certainly had lots of self-control to stop at just a slap. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough. I suppose not. You said it herself that she never wanted to see either of us ever again. After that, you've seen her many times over, correct? Yeah, Faraday and I, even after the KGA incident, had come to a close. We continued to hunt down to the smuggling ring and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases. But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring. Jeez, y'all suck at your job. You guys really suck at your job. Like, no offense, but like... Is the ring really that big? It was in the pursuit of the ring that we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor, and I, the lead detective, took to the witness stand. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Her crime was related to the smuggling ring, and she was Her crime was related to the smuggling ring, and she was trying to defend him. Yeah. You was pursuing the ring as best she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time, for the same reason. Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to the same effect. I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KGA incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer. Don't put words into my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rel was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. Doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable. You're so naive, little girl. I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are. How dare you insult the daughter of Avant Karma! Just like us, you felt that she had hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all. The law is merely a tool. There's no limit to it, only the skill of a craftsman. You two are still too young, but one day you'll know what I mean. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all. This is really freaking depressing. So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay fairly well. Met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I, we cracked quite a few cases together. But you two seem to have made no progress at all in the Yatagarasu case. His eye looked a bit different when that got brought up. Not so intense. Did we touch a nerve? Yeah. I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial. To prove that Rail was not the real Yatagarasu. Which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time, to prove or disapprove the accusation. But I guess I won't be doing that either. Since that there's more to that statement than meets the eye, perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatagarasu is what's necessary. The fudge? You claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me? What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murder's intent towards Faraday and Rel. I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatagarasu. What? The KG8 incident and the second KG8 incident. Both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring. In both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there's one point in which they differ. That is the absence of the great thief Yatagarasu. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yatagarasu. However, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatagarasu. And during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd? Miles Edgeworth, stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already! I believe that there must be some reason to that. The two men suspected of being the Yatagarasu were both killed at the same time. A reason, huh? So in order to catch Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel's cold-blooded killer, because I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatagarasu. If it will help you solve this case, and I'll tell you the reason why we've never caught the Yatagarasu. Oh my god, my throat. What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident. It still accidentally whipped me anyway. There were three main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. I see. So those are the Yatagarasu's special traits. Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief. The Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rail wasn't the real Yatagarasu right away. But you can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't. Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking yet. What's different about this time is that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian embassy, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence. Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time is something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about. In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Yatagarasu who sent it? That's easy. A social card that only the Yatagarasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure. Just what sort of card is it? Here, take a look at this this article. Oh my god, my throat! Whenever Yatagarasu wants to publicize anything, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. That's how Detective Bad knew Mr. Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the Yatagarasu now. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir. Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you? How many times is he going to ask people this? What does the law mean to you? Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive. I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself. and to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty. You, Mr. Bratworth. Appears that his honor still is a bit dispirited. For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony. Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict. Franziska, there's no need to further depress His Honor. But I'm not trying to, Miles. Your Honor. Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor, the evidence? Your Honor! Oh, you, yes, can I help you? I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir. Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job? Yes, I'm sorry. I would accept that the defense attorney hasn't arrived. She's busy with the investigation, so let's keep this brief, shall we? Very well. In that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that is used in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation in their case. Understood, Your Honor. Pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new links regarding their case. And maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth. Place all the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you. See, thank you very much. I will go and confirm that they're all accounted for. Not before I freaking go and look at this. Evidence that Miss you prepared for is just sitting here on this table. No, you can't just walk off with it, right? Of course I do. Miss Yu must have been caught off guard by her client's sudden accusation. Wonder how she would have defended Mr. Rell in that case if he was still alive. So this is the evidence related to today's Cadopian embassy trial from Mr. Faraday's bag. You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby number 2, right? Yes, finally we can now take a look at the evidence itself and not just data about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time. Agreed. I want to take a good look at all the evidence from the embassy murder too. Why is that? Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about. Don't point your crop at me just because you don't know something. And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today. I see someone's still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma. It's also real to see the knife up close. So we have the knife, the gun, an envelope. And what's this organizer doing here? Well, that's right, I completely forgot to tell you. About what, Your Honor? I found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside the evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested to be passed along to you. He said it would help the investigation. Detective Bad said that. What a strange stroke of luck. Well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. Might as well flip through it too. We'll rest until I inspect every suspicious looking nook and cranny. You don't have to keep... Okay. I can't believe his name is Dead Man. It's a knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act? It's never crossed your mind that you use your writing crop for the wrong purpose. Mr. Faraday's organizer appears he was in the habit of using it. Looks like he wrote a strategy for getting Mr. Rel convicted down in here. I have collected evidence that I need to prove that Rel was the killer. Between the handgun Rel had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rel was the killer in this case. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rel is not the real Yatagarasu. It also appeared that he had proved that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. Well, how he may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. Oh, that's how he was going to prove that. Wait, a key? Huh? And he apparently also had a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. Hope that this will finally bring it to an end. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared to discredit any claim Mr. Rel may have made about being the real Yatagarasu. And he had a way to prove that Mr. Rel was the guilty party in the Embassy murder. His organizer is a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. Look, there's a picture stuck between these pages here. Oh, wait. That looks familiar. Appears to be a key. And a rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle. Craftsmanship is superb. Could this be the Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentioned his organizer? Yatagarasu's key? Detective Bat said something earlier. What's different about this time is that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodobian embassy, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence, so now the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about. Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep this secret key safe. As the prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. That's odd. What is it? Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer. That certainly is odd. The weapon that was used to kill the Kodobian embassy staff member was the gun. If that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from? Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rel. That's the only logical conclusion, right? No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside. In that case, how do you suppose this knife ended up inside the courthouse? Need to think carefully here. There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is the fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there's one item listing Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I will need to take another good look at the evidence. House Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me? Actually, I do know the answer, Franziska. What? Then what is it? One of these pieces of evidence we've been holding on has been hiding a secret of its own. Oh my god, it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse.
Take that!
This Yatagarasu key Mr. Faraday mentions in his organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse. You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth. You just need to look a bit closer, Francisca, to see what I mean. Don't the color and ornamentation of the key's handle remind you of anything? They do remind me of the knife. Very good. Both the Yatagarasu's key in this photo and the murder's knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatagarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife. You don't seriously mean to say... It appears that you finally caught up. And yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are in fact one and the same. That's impossible! Even if that is what you believe, we should still investigate the possibility. Now then, let's examine this knife in a little more detail. It's a weapon that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. The handle and the blade itself both have beautiful design works into them. Look, there's even a flower-shaped design in this gold section here. If this hadn't been used as a tool for murder, I'd want it for myself. She seems to be drawn to the embellishments. Too bad this isn't mine to give. The way this looks... Oh wait! Button! Or a clip, whatever. I can't believe it! It turned into a key! To think there was such a trick to this thing! So the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key to the Yatagarasu stole. This piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up until now. Frankly, I'm shocked. Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence in his organizer. Also that even he had no idea the key was hiding a knife blade inside. But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday! Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning that the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place. The great thief Yatagarasu. And maybe Mr. Rell really was the Yatagarasu, and he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario? No, not really. Especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bat said earlier, when we questioned Rell about what was sent along with the white card, Rell had no idea what it was. I see. Alright then. I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else, and that person is the real Yatagarasu. Seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case. I'm going to have a stroke. Oh my god, I'm glad I got that out of the way. Is there a bullet in there? This gun, it was originally used to kill the Kodopian embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rell still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest. And then, this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic. Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. What's this here? Took a quick look through these documents before the trial started. Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it. Suppose I should explain it to you then. Yes, you should. Perfectly in its entirety, if you please. On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Mac Rell was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned, because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot. A simpleton of a man, that's what he was. Perhaps he was, for the weapon wasn't only incriminating evidence we had. Mr. Rell was caught in an active film by a security camera. He was even bigger He was an even bigger simpleton than I thought. Can't believe he didn't notice the security camera. Oh wait, where's the tape? Actually, wait. Wait a minute. I think I know where the tape is. Cause they had a tape showing the camera. Yeah, they had evidence, video evidence of it. Of course. The Cadopian Embassy's security system is supposedly very well designed. May have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area. So have you seen the contents of the video for yourself? Yes, the surveillance video the security camera took. It's played during the trial of Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Rell on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear. So the footage included sound, huh? I can't speak today. I don't think I ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life. Me neither. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. And the piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in court. The surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? Video showing the moment in which Mr. Rell committed the murder. Where could it have gone indeed? Are you done with your inspection of the evidence? Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I'm missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence. Your Honor, were you derelict in your duties? What? No, I dare not lick my duties! What do you take me for? What the? No, Your Honor. The most important piece of evidence in today's trial, the surveillance video, is not amongst the evidence you laid out for me. I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene? There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I will have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime defendant lobby number 2. Oh! Oh, it's Wolf Boy! Holy frick, it's Wolf Boy. In some basic, freaking police outfit. I was not expecting. Holy frick, it's young Lang. That's Detective Bad, but who is he with? I've never seen that officer before. So did you find it? No, not yet. I looked everywhere. I see. Well then, please continue with the search. Understood. I'll continue the search. So you're the one running the show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't be allowed to the crime scenes. What is he looking out the freaking window? How dare you! Just who do you think you are? And there he goes. There goes Wolf Boy. What was that all about? And who is that man just now? Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life. Does he even know we're standing right here behind him? See, like, this would be like, he's just looking at the window, right? That's a freaking wall he's looking at. You cannot see much. Does he even know that we're standing right here behind him? I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids? Looks like you were paying attention after all. Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head. You also got 2 bullet holes in the back of your coat. So that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. Oh! It's for him to keep an eye out on who or what is behind him at all times. So tell me, Detective Bad, who was that rude man just now? The guy came here from the Republic of Zhengfa to study. He's Agent Lang. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch. By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication. He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy's more useful than Gumshoe, even if he is rude. Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time. I agree. However, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad? Earlier, that little girl was poking around lobby number 1 as well. Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you. I highly doubt that. It has nothing to do with me. Fine, if this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him. That's just one tiny TV. Detective Gumshoe was rather shocked at this, and said it's huge compared to his own. Ha! Anything you compare with something he owns will always seem grandiose. Speaking of grandiose, I'd say that ego of yours could use a little deflating. Wonder if the killer used these plastic bags in a flash of inspiration. With that, Detective, I somehow doubt he's that quick-witted. So you're saying that this crime was thought out in advance? With that, Detective, I somehow doubt he's capable of making such a complex plan. Francisca, when will you learn to take responsibility for your own statements? Was this table here all along? I suppose so. Well, clearly it's out of place. When you take the sofa into consideration, that table is much too tall. I get the impression the two are not meant to be used as a set, Francisca. I knew that. It seems she's lost her calm sense of judgment in her eagerness to defeat me. Alright, I guess I have to just talk to this man. Again. Oh! Oh! Earlier you were in lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2. You're quite the busy man, Detective Bad. Multiple returns to a crime scene brings about success. That's what we detectives say. See, in that case, you wouldn't mind if I ask about what happened again, correct? I don't have anything left to say to you, boy. Boy? You'll see. I will draw my answer from you one way or another. I'd kill you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation. I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's helped enough, don't you think? Please, we were asking you for just a bit more of your cooperation. Don't push me, kid. I'd like to ask you again about what happened around here at the time of the crime. I refuse to answer. Anyway, any more investigating you do will be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about the things I don't know about? Things you don't know about? Why aren't you supposed to know everything? You should. Wait, is it possible that he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence? Try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to gain some answers from Detective Bad. Oh, wait. Detective Bad. Do you know of the existence of the item in this photograph? Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case. In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday was in this Yatagarasu's key are one and the same? What? That's impossible! It looks like he didn't know after all. This piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rail was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct? I guess so. However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was in fact a knife. Now I have to admit, neither one of us knew that fact. And if neither words. And if neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. Had we missed something as big as this? I noticed that since a little while ago you appeared to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you were searching for. Yeah, that's right. And why were you searching for it? Because I promised Faraday. I promised I'd protect that key with my life. After he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life? Detective Bad. So that when we may find the truth, please testify to me once more. Alright? It doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change. Detective Bad, I ask that you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1. My answer is still the same. And this is the last time I'm going to do this. That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up and find the truth behind this case. Ah, heck yeah. I was in lobby number 1, talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. Heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed down to the hallway together. Saw Gumshoe goofing around there. Then we all ran to lobby number 2. It sounds like the exact same story he told us before. Indeed, however, I feel that we may have yet to draw out all the information that we can. Oh, we have to press him on everything! Okay. Okay.
Hold it!
Why did Miss Yu choose lobby number 1? Answer me! Who knows? She just said she had something she wanted to talk to me about. We walked in lobby number 1 together. That's all. So his answer remains the same as before, I see.
Hold it!
I was hoping you could expand on what exactly you were discussing with Miss Yu. Trivial stuff. It was nothing important. That's for me to decide. Alright, so I suppose that's for him to decide. Moving on then.
Hold it!
Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary? I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. The gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from the murder. That would give that other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. Oh, hold on. Okay. I am back. Ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now. Oh, I just got it right off the bat. Okay. Sure. Didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. Wait, but... Wait, what is he supposed to... What else is he supposed to hear? Wait, I didn't hear any other strange sounds.
Hold it!
Detective Bad, you honestly don't remember hearing anything else. Yeah. Is it possible you were also involved so involved in your conversation that you missed something? I've been detective for a long time, and even if I were involved in something, I've got quite the habit of keeping tabs on everything that goes on around me. Hence why I have this freaking mirror on me at all times so I can see the back of my head. If there had been some other strange sound, you can be sure I would have heard it. Oh! Suppose with this detective, that's probably very likely. So the gunshot. Wait. Ah, frick, wait. Oh wait, no, go back here. So wait, you didn't hear this, cause like...
Objection!
You didn't hear the balloon pop! Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything? It's the same color as the one Kay was holding. Oh, so you know about that girl's balloon? Yeah, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her. Aww! Well, as you may have already surmised, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon. So, what about the balloon? I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point. What are you getting at? This fragment was found in the hallway right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot. Oh, so the sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh? On top of that, His Honor said that he had heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene. Yes, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway when you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were in lobby number 1 at the time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well. So? What? Don't give me a so! We just proved that there's a flaw in your testimony! The cracking of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivete cracking. Wait, what? And since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? That's because they're designed to keep secrets from being leaked. Well, what is that supposed to mean? The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound-absorbing material. Then you mean... Since I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there's no way I could have heard that sound. No! I knew that's what he was going to say. And that means the scrap-faced testimony is completely useless! If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't hear any sign of a struggle! That's also why it's only natural I didn't hear the balloon popping. But wait, then you couldn't have heard the freaking gunshot then. Now do you get it, kids? Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic, not the other way around. The other way around. It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. However, if we examine this situation in reverse, the person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. And yet Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. Detective Bad, if that is the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot? What do you mean, how? I just did. It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words. Oh wait, the freaking window was open. Window from like the hallway was open. The window from the lobby number 1, lobby number 2 were open, especially since they had to open up the windows in lobby number 1. Because of the perfume. That's how they were able to hear it. How so? The rooms are soundproof as you say they are. Then how did the sound of the gunshot enter your ears? See what you mean. I guess I'm more out of it from Faraday's murder than I had thought. Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to? It boils down to this. There must be a reason as to how Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard a shot they theoretically couldn't have. It looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again, huh? The state of the crime scene? Wait, can it be? It's that ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. Oh, way too noisy. Oh my god, we got coherent thoughts. The surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? Time to make a coherent thought. No, dang it. Come on. Can't see a clear connection between these two pieces of information. Dang it. Oh, I'm so screwed. Okay. No human can climb through these barred windows. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through the barred windows, and yet the fragrance of the perfume managed to escape from defendant lobby number 1. Of course, corporeal things can move freely through those open barred windows. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Wait. I think I know what it is. Oh my goodness. Okay. Now then, what else besides the smell can go in both in and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound. So no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. And since the windows in both defendant lobby number 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations. Now I can connect these two together. Mother fricker. The gunshot came from the TV. The whole thing was a freaking ruse. They had probably died way before the freaking thing happened. The missing piece of evidence is a video that shows the moment in which Mr. Rell killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite an impression on me when it played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess and brought back here. It disappeared after that time, and it's possible that the tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place. Miles, what have you been thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again. It's not a waste of time to think, for I figured out where we should look. And where should that be? I believe we should examine the television. I'm sorry, he's trying to point to the TV, but he's just pointing at his freaking back. The TV. Oh, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like. Let me investigate this freaking TV. The video player. There seems to be a videotape inside. It looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end. This tape. Could it not be the missing surveillance tape? I suppose, but... Detective Badge, would it be alright if I verify the contents of this video? Sure. Knock yourself out. Alright. Let's rewind this and see what we have. If I remember correctly, the footage of Rell killing the embassy staff member should be at about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape. Understood. It should be about right now. Now then, let's see. This is the footage of Mr. Rell shooting the embassy staff member. I knew it. The missing piece of evidence, the surveillance video, was here all along. This sound. What's the meaning of this? It appears that Detective Baz figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind this double murder. Do you mean that you figured it all out then? Yes, all I have to do now is show what the gunshot Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from. Fine, in that case, show me what you've deduced. I have to show what the gunshot Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard was. Oh my god. And through there, and through where they heard it from. Oh my goodness. Where's the video?
Eureka!
The door and windows to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed. The killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser. That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing as it were. However, what happened in reality was Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu. All three of them heard the gunshot. Well, the windows in lobby number 1, number 2, and the hallway were open, so naturally the people in those locations could hear it. But then, why would the criminal open the window in the first place? To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose. Correct. That's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this. But why was that necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction. Very well. I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. What was it that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of? When the time took place. Or when the murder took place. Crime. Yeah, crime. The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes. And they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so. So that's why the tape was left running. You mean the gunshot I heard was from this video? Yes, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. It must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for that time period. I think I know who it was. And planned this crime out in advance. That person's the real killer. Give me back my freaking health! Mr. Edgeworth! Yes, what is it? Miss Yu is asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She says that she's identified the murderer, but that she wants to clarify something. It looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something. Understood. Please tell her that I'll be right over. Well, come along. I want to hear what she has to say. It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. Oh my god, this is the end. Oh my goodness, we're gonna be at the end. Confrontation, former Callisto frick, come on! How long are we gonna be in this godforsaken courthouse? Oh my god. Get me. Kay! Kay, what are you doing here? Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating. But the object you're looking for has already... Okay, don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation. Okay, you got it. Detective Bad, haven't we already found what you were looking for? It means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer. And your little task will do. Oh, he's looking out for her. I'm going to cry. Oh my god. Oh, you're more sympathetic than I thought. Oh god. I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth. I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest. The moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest? Wasn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we've more than solved this case already, don't you? We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds. Oh, I see we even have a viewer in the gallery. And why even Mr. Bad is here. A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander. I have a duty to see this case through to the end, no matter how it turns out. Oh, is that right? Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find. I've taken statements on every single person's movements during the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I also confirmed that there is no possible route to escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must without a doubt be Detective Gumshoe. And that's all you have. Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion in this case. Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there's always time for a rebuttal, and we are sitting in a court of law. It'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court in this case, don't you think? I'm absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing. Alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony. My logic is correct. I've already won. All I have to do now is prove it by showing who the real killer is. Everyone said... I had to take like a minute. If only I had like the sands thing. Oh my. Everyone, since the suspect has an alibi from when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? I also confirmed that there's no possible escape route from lobby number 2. Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion, that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth. But of course, there's no need to confront her logic head on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump cards she has up her sleeve. Oh god, my eye. Oh my god, I have to... Yo, final boss.
Hold it!
The suspect? But I thought that Detective Gumshoe's alibi has already been proven. Are you joking, Edgeworth? I assure you this is no joke. Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll. Yes, that's correct. But see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is, there's no one else who can corroborate that he did what he did since the snacking. I see she's done her research well, which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump card she's withholding.
Hold it!
Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide. Those crunched eyebrows and lines on your forehead are back. Anyway, even if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene lobby number 2. There's no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in. And because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect. But is it also possible that someone escaped through a window into the garden? That's the first place everyone looked, silly. Police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked even into every possibility you know. Isn't that right, Mr. Bad? Yeah. There wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden. Why is it taking long pause? Suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case. I'm still thinking about that officer just sleeping on the couch.
Hold it!
Are you absolutely positive that there's no possible routes of escape? Of course I'm sure. Then why are you so certain? This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there was an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. It's just common sense. Miles Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it in the future.
Hold it!
You may think it's unshakable, but to me, there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand? But you're the only one still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing. I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such flippant statement. Suppose we really reached the end now. I already had my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed that the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francisco or myself speaking with you about the subject. Yeah, but there were witnesses. For you, there's your mentor who gave you an alibi. I see. As for the little Missy, She came to the courthouse during the recess and was stopped by a security guard at the door of the hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that, or so I heard. I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff or anyone else. Wait, so basically the only reason Francisca bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be replacement prosecutor. By the way, Miss Yu, what about everyone's alibis before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty? What about them? Have you looked into what people were doing during that span of time? What kind of idiot do you take me for? Oh god, my throat. It doesn't matter when the killer went to lobby number 2. From the time we heard the gunshot, to the time Mr. Bad and I arrived on the scene as we dashed from lobby number 1. The only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe. Yes, let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard that gunshot, shall we? Suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe is the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than that gunshot you heard went off? What then? That gunshot was a trap meant to manipulate our perception of when... Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1 care to explain how that could have been fabricated. Oh my god. My throat. It's not doing well. It's because of this stupid videotape. That tape? Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. I'm going to have a stroke. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rail the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2. That was connected to the large television that had its volume turned all the way up. You can't honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot in the video. Ah, but I do, which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot. That's the only thing I can think of, too. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. It played from the beginning. It would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. Since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe. Sounds from a television doesn't amount to much here. But of course, Mr. Prosecutor Bratworth and little Miss Von Karma already knew that much from the very beginning, right? Of course we knew, didn't we, Miles? Yes, of course. We know about the soundproof quality of this courthouse's rooms. Of course, I'm not about to admit we had no idea until only a little while ago. That's right. And if the rooms were soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. And yet we heard the gunshot clear as day. And that's it. End of story. But it's not. I should explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from a soundproof room. Window is open. There is actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2. I'm going to quickly save before I am... And it is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window is open in each. Now we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also opened.
Objection!
It's probably just coincidence that they were both open at the time.
Objection!
It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window open in lobby number 1? The answer is that a certain person did something to cause the window to be opened. And the person who triggered that action, that person is the real guilty party. The real killer in this double murder is... You're so going down! Break you! Break you! Miss Callisto, you! I hereby formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. What? You indict me? Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she is the killer? I don't understand her motive just yet, but of course I'm serious. Because she is the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss Yu, do you still feel like laughing now? Of course I do, Edgeworth. My argument must not be tight enough yet. Although I never thought things would spiral into this. I'll have you know I'm enjoying this dance quite a bit. Guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? You argue that the window is open. However, do you have proof it was I who did that? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked that you were going around accusing people of murder like this. Especially with logic as full of holes as yours. This is where it really starts. I mustn't let my guard down for even a second or the truth will blow away. Now this is time to put the patent von Karma perfect proof to the test. Alright. The freaking music! Oh yeah, I have proof. I have stinking proof. Where's the perfume bottle?
Objection!
Frick you! I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss Yu? Edgeworth, I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. It's not exactly what I recommend for boys, you know? This isn't mine. That's right, it's mine, and I received it from Detective Bad, you see. Miss Yu, you can pretend all you'd like, but we know at least this much is for sure. That you are the one who gave this bottle of perfume to Detective Bad. And that you're super easy to rile up. So, what about the perfume? While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. According to Detective Bad, that's... Oh, I know. He also knew that if you spilt it, he would naturally move to open a window.
Objection!
Come now, I've already told you all that's just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know? So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window.
Objection!
The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control, and the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time. You mean, Miss Yu, you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1, and you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of today's period events could only have been thought by you, Miss Yu. Oh, she angry. She messed up her lipstick! You accused me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume. Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday. Would you care to testify as to why? Look, I've had a lot of fun today, really. But I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this last testimony and wrap this absurd case once and for all. Oh my god, this girl. She needs to stop. She needs to stop. Oh, hold on. Okay, very sorry about that. Okay. Accusing of someone of murder of a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top. I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma. In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. Miles, her testimony is flawless. Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. If I'm lacking information, I'll just draw it out of her. I'm gonna press on the last statement. Da, 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 da. This music's a bop. Get me here.
Hold it!
Oh! At this rate, she will inevitably escape. If she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag. Miles, what do you think you're doing? I'm drawing the truth out of her. That's what I'm doing. Huh? I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier today. Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use. So that's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I've already figured it out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key the Yatagarasu had sent. And unless a key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Did you really think you could trap me? Come now, be honest. I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you just said in your testimony. Sure, why not? I'll even say it as many times as you'd like. You're so stupid. I'm saving this for like ever. Do I present? Wait.
Objection!
Miss Yu, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is a picture of the key the Yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it in fact has the secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Yatagarasu's key and the murderous knife! You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yes. Well, with the Yatagarasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Do you understand now? Just knowing of the existence of the Yatagarasu's key. I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. You would even now still feign ignorance. I'm not feigning anything. But we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence now, can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma. I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. Are you mocking my papa? Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real. Wow, who knew there was such a trick to this thing? Are you satisfied now? But of course, you knew that from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yatagarasu's key are the one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you, who isn't a member of law enforcement and who would never have been privy to this trick, would have ever known about it to begin with. Furthermore, something that the Yatagarasu sent to the police. How did you have knowledge as to what it was? Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. Rell off, he told me. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turned into a knife at the time. He didn't tell me about how the key actually transforms.
Objection!
That's you're pulling. What you were saying is simply not possible. Oh, then why not? Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. But within these pages, he mentions nothing about a knife.
Objection!
I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know. Wouldn't something of this importance better be left to oral communication?
Objection!
Unfortunately, that's also impossible, because Detective Bad didn't know about the knife aspect earlier either. What would have been highly classified information even within the police force? And it's something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition? Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have much of a reason to. Looks like you gave a pretty lame excuse, huh? How can you laugh at a time like this? She probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it. That's not something we need to concern ourselves with. Suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know about how you know the real nature of this knife. Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me? Oh my god. Well, I will, and I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it, the moment of truth, the secret behind the Atagrasu's key. Only one person would have knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Atagrasu's key could change into a knife? Oh my god. Oh my... Okay. It would be the Yatagarasu.
Take that!
There's only one person who would have known about the dual nature of the key. And that is the person who sent the Yatagarasu's key to the police. That is to say, the Yatagarasu herself. Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu? Miss Yu, you used Mr. Rel to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You who profess to bear a grudge against criminals, why do something like this? Who would have thought that you, a stupid rookie prosecutor, would see through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than when I sneak into someplace. You killed Faraday. Why? Answer me, Callisto Yu! Callisto Yu, huh? That's not my real name. Because my real identity is, yes, the great thief Yatagarasu! Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. That Rel caved to only two things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held on to Rel any longer. Plus, if I had let them continue on with the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both. Didn't you say that you despise criminals? But do I really? You Have you forgotten about the KG8 incident too? Maybe. What sort of woman would... So then, was it your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence you sent? Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatagarasu by using this Yatagarasu's key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. With a weapon as well designed as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I usually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk with Mr. Faraday. Alright, casually. In order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He didn't let me hold the Yatagarasu's key just like that. He never noticed that I had changed the key into a knife inside that plastic bag. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life. How could you kill him? I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death. But if you killed Mr. Faraday first, there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rel as well. I believe I mentioned why when we were placing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness, and how that led the killer to think about setting them up as so they killed each other. Then the trick with the surveillance tape. Yes, I hadn't actually planned to use a gun. The risk was too high and that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape. Which is why I had Rel help me set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all his hard work with a bullet. Oh my god! You are crazy. You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you betray a client? Client? If you want to talk about who was a client of who's first, it was me. I was the client in the murder of the Korean embassy staff member, Dead Man. You ordered a hit job. You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad. I had Dead Man killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination? It can't be. You're... That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring. What? How could this... You don't mean you're working with Manny Cochin, do you? Maybe, maybe not. Guess you'll never know. The Yatagarasu claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer! That's right, little girl. The Yatagarasu is just another killer. Be quiet, you! Yatagarasu! You can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court. Hey Edgeworth, did you know the Yatagarasu has 3 legs? Do you know why that is? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. Holy freak, she has a gun! You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Yatagarasu's key right to me without a second thought. Brick! Brick! Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it. You mean the key was your real target? And even after I gave you such a great advice, didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on the criminal? Or you may regret what comes to your negligence. You two, get down! Body, I can't move. Hey, mister, to your right! You? Holy freak, she's getting away. Get her, get her, get her! No, Kate, what the fuck? Why are you running? Are you alright, Franziska? I'm perfectly fine, Miles. Her voice is shaking. It looks like she's unharmed. Where did Kay go? Oh, frick! That's a gunshot. Oh, frick. Oh, frick. Oh, frick. Oh, frick. Oh my god, it's 7 p.m.? Sorry, it looks like she got away. Call the precinct. They should have perimeter set up soon. Detective Bad, are you alright? I heard a gunshot. I'm okay. Just got another hole in my jacket. He say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken. More importantly, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Karma, are you two hurt? I'm absolutely fine. I'm also alright, thanks to Kay. Speaking of Kay, where is she? I don't know. She just sort of disappeared. I'll go look for her. Oh, and? Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir! Detective Bad, sir! Sorry, I doubted you. Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. Well, I lied to you guys too, after all. Heard about what happened. From Kay. I'm not giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. And don't ever lose that detective spirit, okay? You got it, Pops. Pops, watch one too many detective dramas recently, have we? We just single-handedly destroyed the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment. It was so sweet. I should get back to the investigation. I swear, I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do. Be careful, Detective Bad, and take care. Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday. So, thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything. Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison. Can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe. That was no problem, really. I mean, I lied too, so I didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor. Well, even if we didn't have His Honor's testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf. Yeah, can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective. Oh, so long as you're not fired, you should work hard, give all you have, and perform your duties well. And one more thing, Kay left a present for you with me. She did? Well, what is it? What was it that Kay left for me, the proof of their friendship? The bloody bag? No. Give me the... Nope.
Take that!
It's a courthouse special Swiss roll. Can I really have it? Yes, it's a present meant for you after all. Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now. Sure, go ahead. The Swiss roll Detective Gumshoe and Kay bought together. While the one Kay saved never reached her father, it would appear that her sentiments have touched the hearts of this detective. He's so happy, it's as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own. I was asked by Kay to give it to him. That was good, pal. Can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day. It's like I'm in Swiss roll paradise or something. Gotta thank Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she? You only just noticed just now. Mrs. Mine not present when we discussed her earlier. Detective Bad left to go search for her earlier. Maybe you should go join him. Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first, you know what, pal? Actually, guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Oh my goodness. Look at him! I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement. We should go home too, Miles. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa. Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective. Roger, sir. Don't worry. I'll investigate the next case we're on real well. I'll, be counting on you. The sense of trouble is definitely in the air. Thus, like a bad dream of my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now... So, do you remember now? Yes, I remember everything. Kay, it's been a while. Kay, you sure grew up a lot. Of course, but thank goodness. I thought you two had really forgotten about me. You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time? Cummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They lived really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here all that much. Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're all right. So does it all make sense now? You betcha it does. Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently, and... Actually, there are still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay. Huh? First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu? The Yatagarasu is close to you, the woman who killed your father. No, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father. What? Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu. Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelves recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I know for sure. But that's impossible! What's with that look? You don't believe me. It wasn't just the expression on my face that clearly said it was impossible just now. Alright then, how do you explain this? It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing. Yep, that's the little thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarasu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father. Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor, he was really a great thief, huh? Yeah, my father worked really hard to steal the truth. But he was killed, and the Yatagarasu is no more. But despite that, the Yatagarasu has been spotted again recently. Someone other than you. Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article. Yatagarasu sends card to embassy. The Yatagarasu sent the embassy a calling card. Yeah, meaning the person's a fake. I'm almost certain that's close to you ladies behind this. Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out. But the Yatagarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves. But as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up and I knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out, so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you're saying that I have your father's and misused identities backwards. Yes, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace. Kay, you're so honorable. Don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal. Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. If you're applying to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit. Mr. Edgeworth, you guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now? Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman. That evil woman? You mean close to you? I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me? Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you. Huh? Owe me for what? The miss you made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I am not so rude as to leave favors, unrepaid. Then, you mean... Yes. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to soil your hands in the crime, I believe I can help you. Mr. Edgeworth, thank you! Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Isn't that great, Kay? Yeah, it sure is, Gummy! Even though he had completely forgotten about her just until now. What is with their chummy relationship? The great thief Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Burn Faraday close to you, and Kay Faraday. Phantom symbolically changing identity of the great thief Yatagarasu, and the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. What the fudge? What the fudge? Oh my goodness. Turnabout ablaze. Gumshoe. Oh my god, wait. Oh wait, this is the last case of this. Okay. Oh my goodness, new items locked in the gallery. Okay. Okay, this is where I'm gonna have to end the stream here. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. I'll try to stream sometime next week to continue on with this. Oh my goodness, what the fudge? But I'm gonna end the stream here. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. And I will see you guys next time for when I do this. See ya!